Hello everybody, welcome back to Walpoville. Got ourselves a special stream tonight with a brand new figure. You can see we got some references down in the corner. Now you've seen me paint this a whole bunch of times, right? This is the Cathy figure that Dark Sword Miniatures made. You could get it on, was it Reaper was selling it for a while? The Scio Cathy as we called it. But now we need to be able to make new ones, and we made this one with the Eldritch Foundry here. Now this is a much larger version. So this will be the actual miniature version right here. So this was a character that Cathy played for a long time. This is Mel, a Halfling Rogue. Uh, was a mischievous little one there, and now that cross was a little bit bigger than the one that the character had, but it was close enough. It gets the job done. Now, depending on how this goes, maybe we paint the little one too. Oh, see, we had a little treasure pile right there. Now, the with Eldritch Foundry, you get to choose the base style, and then you can add one element to it. And I mean, that kind of seemed like it was an appropriate thing to add, right? Armored Wolf. Now, it would have been nice if all that stuff arrived when it was supposed to. I mean, instead of literally what 2 3 days, well, within 24 hours, within 72 hours, basically all the stuff was there, right? Yeah, it would have been nice. I don't know, maybe over the weekend when it could have been actually more useful, right? Gee whiz, sorry about that. So we're gonna do the pink hair like we got here. We're gonna do that. You can see it again in the references down in the corner. We'll just stick with simple greens and browns here on the clothes and such. And I think it was gonna be blues and reds. Oh, I gotta get my reference up here. Speaking of which, here, let me do that if I can get this thing figured out here. Alright, so there we go. Let me go get. There we are. Alright, somewhere around here is a reference. There it is. Okay, that will work. Let me get this over here and out of my way. Hey there, Camden. How you doing? Great to see you. So yeah, this is the thing we made in Eldritch Foundry again. Here, wow. I want to see this. Oh yeah, I mean yeah. So that is sort of halfling sized. I mean it's definitely smaller than the full size fig right there. So great to see you again there, Cam. We're gonna keep this simple. I think we're just gonna do some lighter. Yeah, we're gonna do the lighter, dry brushy stuff, Camda, and then we'll go in and do the darker glazy stuff, right, Artemichael? Why don't you guys wait a little bit before we get some more folks in here? I mean, we got about 7 or so. Wait till there's double digits there, and then maybe do some posting of some stuff. So, Artemichael, hopefully each day you're feeling a little bit better than the last day, and hopefully everything's still going good at work there, Camda. I know you were saying that things seem to have improved a whole bunch from where they were initially. So that's very nice. That is super cool. Again, there's nothing earth shattering that's going on here. Nothing terribly earth shattering. And this pack is a little well. There's a little bit more back here than she actually had, but again, it's close enough. I mean, I could have gone in, manipulated some of this stuff some more, but time, not so much on my side. Ooh, yeah, Camdale, I think I've made a bunch of discoveries with that image to STL.com. I don't know if you saw that last video. Now, in the video, remember I was saying I pumped things up to 24 on the dimensions there. I would say stick with 12 because after printing a bunch of stuff, I think that the 12 actually offers you more detail, and I've actually pumped the height instead. I think I was using like 3.0 or something. I've got it up to like 3.6. I might even go deeper than that. I might go like full 3.9 or something, or maybe even more. I'm gonna experiment with deeper levels there, just see what kind of results we get out of it. Well, I'm glad that the physical therapy's kind of been going well there, Arta Michael. I know that is like no fun whatsoever under any circumstances. So glad that you're kind of powering through all that stuff, well, and everything else. Yeah, you know what? I think hey, Arda, Michael, Camda, why don't you guys post some stuffs in the chat? I think we got some folks. I think we got some folks in the chat, so I think it's worth it to post some linkies there. Yeah, Arda, I know that's something you've been trying to game plan for a while. Oh, here, Camda, check this out. Check this out. This is chromium oxide violet shade. Yeah. This is brand new, Camden. Never tried it before. Ooh, I like this. Yeah, I like this. So this is chromium oxide and the violet purple or what, or the violet blue or whatever that is. You know, the not quite radiant color. Because you know we don't, we have to make up new colors, right, Camda? Well, here's hoping that things kind of start to shift around in your favor there, Erda Michael. It would be a pleasant change, wouldn't it? Hey there, Dark Horse. How you doing? Now. Okay, we're just gonna do some very simple kind of glazy stuff on top of this. This is not a bad base right here. Now again, they are working on the more basing elements, at least particularly the texture roller type things. Yeah, at least something like that. All right, come on, get down in there. There's a lot of recesses here. This actually didn't print out too bad. Now, with the 54 mil or 70, it's really more like 72. I printed this separate from the base. Whereas the little one, I think I was able to get away with printing that all. That's all one piece print right there. Now, we got a whole bunch of new ones here. So this is one of two Dark Queen Schmaladriel ones. Oh, look at that. There's Treebeard. There's our Dol Amroth. This is what we'll be painting tomorrow on stream. Oh, look at that. There's Aragorn. There's the Shire. There's Rivendell. So yeah, we've got quite the collection of tarot cards. Oh, and I'm printing right now the other Eowyn and Mines of Moria. Yeah, Mines of Moria. So Dark Horse, those flats it's been an interesting journey. There's a ton of stuff to learn, of course. I mean, a ton of stuff to learn. But I think, I don't know, Camda, at least for making bas reliefs, that image to STL.com, I hope that never goes away, Camda, because that's been a lifesaver. I think it works pretty darn well. Again, it's free. Is it does it have the most tools and options and everything else? Well, no. I mean, not even close. Ooh, this is going to seem a whole lot lighter. Again, that was our, what did we call that? The chromium oxide violet shade. Hey there, Metalhead, how you doing? Metalhead, we're just underway. We just started 8 minutes ago. So Metalhead, I'm going to try and get you, have you ever heard of image to STL.com? I don't know if you saw the tutorial video yet, but that's what we've been using to make all these flats here. I know that Lynn's seen a bunch of just like the graphics and stuff. Where's our first one that here it is. Check this out. Actually, Metalhead, I made one of these of Greygar. Yeah, remember the picture that, yeah, I made one of Greygar because, of course, right? Right, Metalhead? Everybody check out that Instagram link that Michael just shared. And Camdo, please go ahead and share your stuff there. Actually, Dark Horse, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. And of course, Metalhead is just back from Battlezone Ursa. So Metalhead, hopefully Ursa was a big success for you. Actually, did Lynn get the cat done? I know Lynn was trying to get that cat done a while back. Hopefully she got that. Oh, it was the duckies. Yeah, Metalhead. Did she get the duckies done? The bathtub filled with the duckies. because I think there was something where somebody printed out the tub and it was way bigger than what she was expecting. So she had to make some last minute modifications. So she did a different ducky. So Metalhead, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, sorry I wasn't able to do. I've been asking Rot like each week, and then I'm like, well, I knew it wasn't going to be this. Actually, I didn't think it was even going to be this week either, because I thought you might all be tired from Battlezone Ursa and all the travel and stuff. That's why I figured I was okay to do this one here, because I figured, you might be a little bit jet logged, as they say. Actually, Valfira, I thought there was. Somehow there's not, and we need it. Now, do we go? No, we'll go with this. It's in here somewhere. Nope, that's Violet. There it is. There it is. I think we'll go with the Elkit. Whoops, that's not it either. There we go. We'll go with the Elkit version there, Valfira. I had Perline Crimson out there. Yep, had the Perline Crimson. Nice to see you there, Pura Vida. Oh, geez, that now, Metalhead, I've been experimenting with using the flash cure, basically for all intents and purposes, clear printing resin. It's not really that. It's sort of like the Green Stuff World water effects. When you're doing it really, really, really deep, it seems to run into a little bit of an issue. Like with repetitive firing, so to speak. Again, that's something I still got to mess around with some more. Hey there, Recoil. Great to see ya. So Recoil, let's see, was that 8 hours of mods or was that 11 hours? I think it was 11 hours total, right? Because I think you were just 8 hours in, and there was at least 11 hours total. At least I think that's what you were telling me was you were probably going to have to do. So yeah, it is Das birthday right there. And of course, I don't know if people, whoops, 1 second here. Let me get my keyboard. So it was 8 total. Now this right here, for whatever reason, I didn't realize this, but I guess Facebook was putting ads on the video there. So that YouTube video there, that doesn't have ads on it for sure. There better not be, because I specifically told it no ads. So yeah, if you want to see it, again, I didn't realize that Facebook was going to toss ads on there. Like, what the heck is that? And you're not getting anything from it either. Okay, so here we go. That is what we started with. Prime these both at the same time. Prime them both at the same time. So Pura Vida, great to see you. And of course, thanks to everybody for being here. I know this is a weird time. I know this is a very weird time, but I wanted to make sure that Cathy's friends, say on the East Coast, could maybe participate. Now, we're going to be sort of mixing paint, not quite, where'd you go? Here, not quite like what we did here. Alright, because this was our Monday stream, Armada Mondays, and this was that repair/recovery ship there. That was super fun, making that. Yeah, 3 simultaneous streams. And again, that link that I posted there, that is the video, but with no ads, no nasty ads on that. Again, I did not realize that it was chucking ads on there, because I was trying to answer, obviously people were commenting on it. I was trying to answer those, and all of a sudden these ads were popping up. Oh, what the heck is going on here? What is this nonsense here? So here is some glazy stuff, and again, we're going to let that mix. That's fantastic, Metalhead. Metalhead, what I'm trying to do is put, things like this, the other Cathy Miniatures, those flats. I'm trying to put those into a Dropbox folder. Once I kind of, the thing is, everything is very fluid. because I keep learning more and more about how to make the flats. So it's kind of like, okay, that iteration of the files, we're not using those anymore. So once they're kind of solidified, then they'll all go into the. Actually, where's the? Oh, here it is. Look at this. We're gonna be doing a video on this one. Yeah, that's another flat. Like, where's our other big one here? There you are. Oh wow, it's actually bigger than the other one. I didn't realize that. But we'll do the same thing with our metallic golds and such. So yeah, this is another Trench Crusade themed flat that I made. And I think, again, this one was like 3.6 or something. Okay, well, do we... Oh no, there's some of it down here we gotta get. What about... where's that thumb? There it is. Alright. I think we're good on... Oh, there's minor detail. Let's not forget the feats is down here. Thanks, Metalhead. Yeah, like I said, I'll try to get you those files. That's the whole point of those is just make them, and then well, for the patrons and such, then they can grab those and try and print them out. Like I said, well, actually, those are probably done. Those next, the last couple of prints, yeah, those I'm sure those finished. Oh, that's the other nice thing, is that these flats take maybe 20 minutes tops to print out. I mean, that's super fabulous. Even, like that tiny little Cathy miniature, that still took hours to print. By comparison, I can print like several rounds of flats in the time that it takes to just print, the smallest of miniatures. So that's super fun. Now, how's about we start fooling around with some of this here? I'm going to go more phthalo green. So phthalo green, let's go a little bit of indigo, phthalo green indigo shade. Yeah, look at this can. We're just like making up colors left and right. Making up colors left and right. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we should do that. Well, that's okay. We can change that once, you know what, I'm going to get me a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown in here too. So this is, I mean, it's almost like Perline Black, basically. Speaking of which, now we're going to go more like this here. So, okay. Well, I went a little heavy with the Van Dyke Brown. So now this is going to be more like a sap green right here. A little bit more like a sap green. Let's muddy that up, so to speak. So yeah, Metalhead, I think it's been, what, 4 weeks? Not even a month, right? Actually, Metalhead, the day that I created the first flat was the last time we did the session. Yeah, that was it. It was that very day, right, Recoil? Because I was running around trying to do. Oh no, we didn't do one that day. Never mind. Yeah, we didn't end up doing the session that day. We were supposed to, and then things kind of kicked up or whatever. That's right. All right, that is separate there, and you can see here. Look, we're letting that mix a little bit there. Let it mix a little bit. So yeah, Metalhead. It's just I never ever tried it before, and I just thought, well, I mean, if it doesn't work, what's the harm, right? And oh man, that really, man, it's been an explosion ever since, right, Recoil? Now here, we've got the chromium oxide green and some asphaltum here. Chromium oxide green, asphaltum. I don't think it's caput mortem. Although I still gotta. Let's see. What was the modern day equivalent of caput mortem? I don't remember what it was. Let me get this on this side here. Continue here with the greens. So again, made this with Eldritch Foundry. I mean, it was really nifty because, and remember, I only discovered that they had this here when I was filming the video because I didn't think they had anything with pigtails. And then as I was filming the video, well, wait a minute, what's this? Because it doesn't look like it, of course, on the screen. You have to kind of just basically click on it, and then you go, ah, okay. It's actually pigtails, because it looks like it's just one. Then I looked closer, and I went, wait a second, that's actually regular old pigtails there. So, go figure. Surprise to me. So again, a little combo here of asphaltum. Even going to chuck in a little bit of our coal black, not Mars black, but coal black here. And again, if there's any kind of stuff, actually, Metalhead, I think you've got another convention still to go to, right? Because I'm pretty sure Lynn said, well, there's still one more after this, or a couple of more. And again, everybody, actually, if you want to give a shout out to Lynn, that'd be fabulous. That's good, Metalhead. That is good. Because after a while, it gets, well, it doesn't take after a while to get to be much. It can happen real quick to get to be much, right? So again, this here is a combo of our green, a little bit more of that green right there. Hey there, V, how you doing? How's about everybody? Welcome in the Pyro Club. Hopefully the session was a good one. Looky here.
So say we all.
Hey there, Big Jim. How you doing? Everybody, please give Leaguer Dragon, Asmo, Big Jim Slade a follow, and also the Pyro Club. Give the Pyro Club a follow. So here is, well, this is the big version. Here's the small version. So this is Mel, a Halfling Rogue that Cathy played for a long time. Because, I mean, we've painted a bunch of these, and these are fantastic. But we needed some new ones here. So, yeah, this is a Halfling Rogue that Cathy played. And, I mean, maybe we'll paint this one here. Oh, also, too, I can get you guys the file here. Because, again, I made this, so it's all mine. And this is about a 72 mil version of it. We started on about 23-ish minutes or so ago. And of course, oh, here, where's my keyboard? So again, the Facebook post, somehow it had ads on it. I wasn't expecting that. So here is, again, that's, check that out. That's a special little birthday thing that I made. And looky here, look at this. Here's our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. Big Jim, look at this. So we got Dark Queen Schmaladriel there. We got Treebeard. There's Prince Imrahil. We're painting this one tomorrow. This is Army of the Dead. There's Aragorn. We got the Shire. We got Rivendell. We got the Balrog, Arwen, Theoden. We got all kinds of fun stuff there. And here was the very first one that we painted on stream. I think this was last Thursday. Yeah, so last Thursday we painted this one. A little bit of regular Galadriel there. So thanks, Asmo. And V, everybody again, please also give Leaguer Dragon a follow. Because V, you're still doing, well, the Monday, Friday piano streams, right, V? Monday, Friday piano streams, there in the morning, I believe. Oh, and here's another one here. So we just printed this one out yesterday. It's another Trench Crusade theme. There we go. So we'll be doing the same deal with this one, with the metallic oil paints there for the halo and such. So this should be super fun right here. Let me get that over there. And here's some of the other ones that we did right here. These are some of the very first flats that we did. We got summer that we'll be still painting yet. Where'd that go? There you are. So great to see everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. That's appreciated. Again, hopefully this session was a good one. It is kind of appropriate because, again, we're painting. This is a character. Gee whiz. I don't know how many years Cathy played this character. Yeah, I played it for. Oh, did you guys? You guys haven't seen the Lord of the Rings gummy bears yet. We were painting these up. Oh gosh, what, on the Saturday stream? Yeah, I think we were painting these up on the Saturday stream. I'll show you those in a second. Those were pretty hilarious. And we're still trying to make more of those. Now, making the flats is really easy when it comes to, the whole making files. Not so much with trying to make regular things, say like miniatures. That's a little bit more difficult. But here's a little look-see at some of them. So there's Gimli Bear and Sauron Bear. And let me see here. Now we've got Gandalf Bear and Frodo Bear. Look, he's very frosty. They're like the frosted ones. And then here is, last but not least, there's Gollum Bear right there. Painted those up on Saturday. That was pretty crazy. I will not lie, that one was pretty wild. Here, let me get some of this maybe. Okay, yeah. Kind of be like a bit of a darker reddish brown for this. And Big Jim, Asmo, if you guys wanted to post anything in the chat, anything you might have been working on, please go ahead. Now here we're going to chuck in some Indian yellow, or mango yellow as we sometimes refer to it. Let's just say that in the old days, which wasn't all that long ago, to make Indian yellow, they fed cows lots of mangoes. Then the cows kind of, shall we say, had their number one, and then they kind of gathered that up. They let it dry, and with that, that's what they made. That's how they made Indian yellow, a super translucent color. It's like the only one of the few kind of light colors that's actually translucent. Usually they are hyper opaque, like regular, say, Hansa yellow, Windsor yellow, whatever's. So yeah, Slade, I'm going to try and get folks those files too. We're still kind of working on that kind of stuff. I don't really know how to use. I also don't have the paid version of Meshy. So yeah, that's another little bit of a limitation right there, is not having the paid version of Meshy. Because we have the where are they here? We have the pictures of them. There we go. So we have all the pictures. We got Treebeard. We've got actually no, we do have Gumladriel. I forgot. Yeah, there's Gumladriel too. We've got I did a Sam. There's an Elrond. There's a Legolas, as we call him. Yeah, there's a Legolas. And those were really, really fun. They print out. It's not the easiest thing to print out, because they tend to be like weird, wacky sizes. But we were able to get good enough prints on them. Now, yeah, I'm gonna go here. Let's get a little bit more of our. Well, no, that's coal black, not Mars black. Usually it's Mars black. In this case, it is coal black, which is that's one of those Paul Rubens alkyds. So what are we, about a half an hour in? Yeah, we'll get the magenta on the hair, because again, if you check out the references down there, that's we colorized this. We just took the photos of this, brought it into the GPTs, and colorized it. So yeah, Big Jim, that combination of Suno, actually, what's interesting. Oh, here's the other thing, Slade. Um, I was trying to make more of the flats. I was trying to make a Trench Crusade one, and for some reason it asked me if I wanted to do either a magazine spread or a movie poster. And then that kind of led to the idea I wanted to maybe make like a Wappleville Times, like either a newspaper or magazine type spread. And then with the movie posters, well, for the Silly Marillion. Yeah, so there might be all kinds of wild and wacky stuff coming here. Now, oh, that's right. We went, you know what? I'll just here get the, that is our Prussian blue from Paul Rubens there. Paul Rubens Prussian blue. It'll go on the head. I think the arms and then the body will be brown. Or maybe we'll go halvesies. Oh, that should be, yes, that's it. We gotta go plaid. We have to go plaid on some of this. So yeah, we'll just do, here, let's do a little crazy quilt here of different colors, because that would be appropriate. Big Jim, it was insane. It said, so it was actually asking, okay, if you want this, this, and this, say like A plus 2 plus B. Because it would generally go like 5 choices. And it was pretty wild what it was doing. It'd say, okay, now do you want this to be, okay, do you want these characters to be like in a sci-fi movie or something like that? Do you want the poster more realistic? Do you want it more kind of like old-timey? Do you want it film noir? Do you want horror movie? I mean, like modern-day horror movie? I was very, very impressed with what it did. Now, of course, sometimes it's that whole petulant teenager, right, Big Jim, where it's like you say, okay, here's what we're doing, and it says, nah, we're doing this instead. And then there's like for some of the flats that I was doing, you had, I think it was you had a whole bunch of like Rohan horsemen by the party tree for the Shire. So I had to go in there and say, well, how's about a few less Rohan warriors there in the Shire around the party tree? Even though I tried to clear it out it was a new chat, and I said, this is a brand new flat. It's a brand new piece. But it's still just like a teenager, just kind of said, nah, I'll do mostly what you want, but how's about I put this in there too? So now we're getting that, we're getting our magenta here, there. So Esmo, I'm guessing you're still really, really, really busy because, well, kids and the new entity and such, that always makes things interesting. And then, I don't know what we'll do with those. Maybe those will be brown, but we're starting to get this laid out here. Well, Asmo, I know that there's been a lot of stuff going on. And Big Jim, I think you've done some painting streams, right? How you doing there, MMG? Great to see ya. Everybody please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow. So Midwest Miniature Guy, you want to post something in the chat, like always, please feel like you can do that. So we got ourselves a brand new Cathy figure here. Lots of folks have seen this one. Again, this is the one that Dark Sword was really nice enough to do with the Jiro and the Cathy. Then Reaper sold this as we called it, Sayo Cathy, right? The kind of the plastic version. So I went into Eldritch Foundry and I made her. This is it for years. I mean, like 10 years, I think. She played this halfling character right here. This is Mel, a halfling rogue. Now the crossbow is definitely bigger than what it was. It should be like half that size. But, you know, I mean, it worked out. The pack is a little bit bigger, but hey, it kind of accentuates how tiny the little halfling is. And we printed this one up at about 72 here. That's fantastic. And again, you know, Slade, you want to post anything in the chat? And same thing there. Same thing, Midwest Miniature Guy. You want to post stuff? Like always, go ahead and do that. Oh, let's do a little more of this maybe. Let me try this. Let me see what that's going to look like. Again, that's just kind of mixing with our pre-glaze right there. Well, not pre-glaze, post-glaze as we like to call it. Yeah, let me just, there we go. There's again, a little bit of that Indian yellow in there. We'll make this plaid too. Okay, we're going to try and get some plaid. We're going to try and get some argyle. Because, well, reasons. I think even these. Oh, well, there we go. That had. There's some plaid there. There's another one of these that had some plaid on it too. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, there's so there was some purple plaid right there. I didn't give Mel glasses. I thought about it, but at least as far as I remembered, I didn't think that Mel, the halfling character, actually had spectacles, so I didn't put those on Mel here. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Midwest Miniature Guy just posted. Everybody please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow. Now again, on stream tomorrow. Okay, I think I already buried that Oathbreakers. Oh yeah, there's more of these here. Yeah, I think there's even more. So, where's the one? There you go. So this is the one that we're going to be painting tomorrow night. And now here is the rest. So here's our Dark Queen, Schmaladriel, Treebeard, Imrahil, Aragorn, the Shire. So again, instead of, you know, people dancing around the party tree, there was like a whole bunch of Warriors of Rohan. Oh, here's our Rivendell. That was super fun. A little Durin's Bane there, so some Balrog. We got Arwen. We got Theoden. Minas Tirith. There should be an... Oh, there's a Gandalf. Oh, there's our Aramir. We also have a Durnhelm one that we printed out. It's around here somewhere. And here's another Trench Crusade one that we made. So yeah, this is what we'll be painting on stream tomorrow night because, well, night before Halloween and Flat Thursday and all. Halloween, I'm hoping to paint a another Sauron miniature. That one would be from, let's see, yeah, let's get this yellow on here. That would be from Navarrete Studios. Okay. Yeah, all right, some yellow there. Maybe even that could be yellow-ish. I don't know. Well, it'll probably change, but there'll be some polka dots on there probably. I mean, we're what, 38 minutes in. We're just getting underway here. So again, everybody please give the Pyro Club, Midwest Miniature Guy, Vlieger Dragon, Big Jim Slade, do all the follow stuff. Do all that. I was hoping, Slade, that this would be early enough for you guys to be able to join in. Well, what's absolutely crazy is that basically did an all-nighter. My sister and I, we went over to Menards to get a whole bunch of stuff. Concrete, more of the hydraulic cement, a bunch of other stuff. More bins for all of the terrain. That's That's great, Slade. I wasn't sure if you guys would be doing the usual Wednesday session or if that was going to be an off week. Because I think it's every other Wednesday, right, Slade? Okay, so again, we'll do plaid on that. I think that's a good place for plaid there. And you can see we've got all kinds of different shades of brown already happening in this. Ooh, I want to maybe. Let's do this. I mean, we got this violet sitting over here. Let's grab this here. And let's do this. Let's do that. Now, the Friday stream most likely is going to be, well, we're going to be back to our later starts because Halloween and all that stuff. So, yeah, I won't be surprised if it's a later start. Yeah, Asmo, well, I think today I got to sleep at like 10:15, maybe. That's when I got to sleep. The average bedtime went from 4:30 to 5:30 to 6:30, 7. I just kept going like hour by hour. I think the latest, oh yeah, that was like a 12 something o'clock in the afternoon when I went to sleep there. That is a little bit later than I would like. To which all of the Aussies present say just move to Melbourne or Toowoomba or whatever. You could see footy matches live. You're already on that schedule. Might as well just go there. Yeah, Asmo, that's been there. There's been a couple of all-nighters because people said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna start this at 10 something, or we'll come and get you at 10 or 11 or 9." I'm like, well, okay, might as well just stay up after the stream. Here, let's start getting some lighter skinny tones out here. We can do that now. Start doing that a little bit here. And we're going to use this a little bit like a micro filbert brush here. Once the green's set and all that, we'll start thinking about some plaids on there. Let me do this here. Okay, there we are. There we go. So Slade, I got a few new tunes that I got to share with you, and also too with the video that I made. It was pretty wild to be able to basically make animations of Trunko and Jiro. So there's Jiro, right, from the animations you saw in the vid, and then this is Trunko over here. So yeah, that's Trunko and Jiro. Yeah, Asthma, and of course, well, there's another. The tiny human dictates when everybody sleeps and wakes up, right, Asmo? Yeah, the tiny human pretty much makes the decisions for the team, right there. Then that's the team coach right there. That's fantastic. Oh, and Big Jim, I have to start fooling around with those After Effects things because with the Army Showcase vids, I think those After Effects could be really, 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 really huge. So thanks for showing me those. Really, I have not had a chance to. I'm trying to find some tutorials on those, Big Jim. So if you know of any YouTube channels that have even like an introductory tutorial on those, I was trying to hunt around. I didn't have a whole lot of success finding any myself. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Wow, Nurgle Matthew, I was just about to say it's probably a happy Thursday, but no, it's still a happy Wednesday. Man, Nurgle Matthew, it's only 10:17 here. Let's see, how long? We've been streaming 44 minutes. Usually it's about 12:30 by now, right, Nurgle Matthew? Wow, that's shocking right there. That is a shocking development. Oh, yeah, here, let me roll in some of this down here. Did we get the hand? We got the hands. I'm going to play around with it. Whoops. Yeah, let's go back to the chromium oxide. Oh, and we're going to mix some of this here Windsor yellow in with that. And once again, we've got ourselves a micro filbertine brush here. And we're just going to start to lighten that up a little smidge here. Thanks, Big Jim. Because I've been trying to find tutorials for Meshi. What was this? I tried using this 3D software. I think it was called Tripo 3D. To see if that was any better / easier than Meshi. The test results were like really bad. I was almost tempted to do that one because it's still got the monthly subscription. You don't have to go yearly, as opposed to say the I just was saying, instead of Meshi, which you got no choice, you got to go full year subscription. There's no halvesies. Hey, Crypt Shadow, how you doing? Of course, blinking is most definitely not allowed, Camda. Now, Camda, it'd be pretty satanic if we made an animation of this and it could blink. It's like, so it looks like you got eyelids. She's like, well, yeah, why wouldn't I? It's like, what about your doll over there? Yeah, the doll has eyelids too. Seriously, dude, you couldn't give me any of those? Okay, where are we at with this here? Nope, there we go. There we are, it's this. Like so. Now let's get some... This here brush? Yeah, let's get this one. Ooh, I gotta start throwing some of this thinner out here, Camda, on some of our Paul Rubens colors. Keep these babies active here, right? So, Crypt Shadow, I hope that you're doing really well. Great to see you. Happy Wednesday. Wow. I mean, normally we don't get to say Happy Wednesday anyways, but it's shocking. It is still that early. Wow. So just trying to break down some of this here. Not fast matte white. And as you can see, that's not super helpful, that big old blob, for trying to paint, say, some eyes here. We're just going to try and throw in a little bit of that here. Also, there, whatevs. Making those larger, and then we'll reduce those when we come back with our darks and such. But we gotta let that stuff have a chance to set. Now, you know what this would be? I think we're going to change this neckerchief thing here. We're going to make a little change over here. Let me get this Pearling Crimson. We're just going to change this thing around here, because reasons. Alright. And nothing else over there. Alright, good to go. Good to go. Now, this screen has set enough here. I think we can start fooling around with a bit spot plaid maybe. Let's try this here and see what happens. Like so. I think it should probably roll this way, yeah. So again, since we gave that time to set, we can actually paint over that, which we wouldn't have been able to do if we had, I don't know, like 20 minutes, heck, even probably 15 minutes ago. Would have been too soon to try that. Nice to see you there, Grey Wolf. So Grey Wolf, I'll try to get those going, you know, once all this is kind of done and dusted. We'll get those going, because, well, there was some nifty basing that we wanted to do on those, right? We had some fun plans on those. And of course, Grey Wolf, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. That's got to continue under here, down over here, over like so. Nice to see you, Blades. So, Blades, well, I'm a little nervous to ask how the game turned out. That was game 5, right, Blades? Now, Blades, are you still like intact? Oh, that's good there, Blades. That's good. That crazy was that game 4, Blades? That was the 18 innings, or was that game 3? So thanks, Blades. And again, Blades, I'll try to get the file so that Git can get you a 3D printed version of this. See what I did there? Blades, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Well, Blades, that would be pretty momentous, wouldn't it? Yeah, so congrats there. So again, we're starting to work out some of our plans here. It's not quite Paladrio, but hey there, Landrast. Landrast, I'm not going to ask you how the movie went. Yeah, because well, it ain't Thursday. See that? See, I'm real on top of things there, Landrast. Yeah, I just got a mind like a steel sieve there. Yep, that's how we roll. Let me see. Let's keep going with our pinkish red here. Okay, we'll get that here, and now another line. Geez, that's got to keep going. That has got to keep going there. I think that's a fairly accurate term there, Grey Wolf. That sounds just about right, doesn't it? All of us now, Camden. I'm thinking there's an image to be had there. Nice to see you there, Muse's Touch. Everybody, please give Muse's Touch a follow. So, Muse's Touch, why don't you post some stuffs there in the chat? Why don't you post some stuff in the chat there? Actual Muse's Touch, you could post your Cathy figure. And same thing, Blades, if you wanted to post your Cathy figure. I know you posted it earlier today, right? So, yeah, if anybody's got their painted Cathy figs or something like that, go ahead and post those. So there's the Instagram post there by Blades. Go check that out. So again, this is the one we painted a whole bunch of times, including, well, a lot of folks in the chat there. And I thought, well, you know what? How's about we utilize Eldritch Foundry to start making some new Cathy figs? Now that's that would be the regular size. This one again, about 72 mil-ish, something like that. I'll try to print one of these out for you there, Grey Wolf, so that you can have a chance, just kind of like the Wapelius figs. Oh, and also, too, these will be up on the Dropbox there. So, again, the other Wapelius Spellbrush figs. Now, again, we will be having more Wapelius Spellbrush figs, also, too, with CAD, because he's got to be getting up to hijinks, right, with CAD. And, of course, I don't know if folks, again, saw some of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears right there. Again, that is, there's our Gimli bear. Here's Sauron bear. Right there. Here's Frodo bear. Yeah, there's Frodo bear. Is this Gandalf bear? Or Gumdolf, as we call him. And then here is, there's Gollum bear. Or Gumlum, as we called him. I think, you know what, I'm just going to do that right here. Let's just do that here. So blades, I can't wait to have the other ones because Recoil did a great job making, again, Treebeard and Legolas. And actually, I do have a Theoden. We also have an Elrond. And at some point, we'll try to get all of those turned into STL files. Of course, if anybody has a knowledge of Meshi or something like that, then just say, hey, send me the pictures, the 2D images, and if they want to make the STLs of them in Meshi or whatever, that would be spectacular. Wouldn't be opposed to that. Because again, I just don't really know how to do that. Because when I made the Gandalf one and the Frodo one and such, I had some guidance on that. Thank you so much, Asmo. Appreciate that. Of course, as always, take care. Best wishes, all that stuff. Alright, fine, we'll get that. And again, then we're going to cut into this, right? Probably use a yellow or something. I think, what was it? Oh, yeah, the Clansmen of Lamadon. Remember for Dol Amroth? We did a whole bunch of plaid on those guys. And again, I'm really looking forward to painting some of these. Now, again, this is the one we're going to be painting on stream tomorrow. And then here's, we're going to do this, oh, look at this. Yeah, Dark Queen Schmaladriel here. So there's regular Galadriel. Look at that. There's Dark Queen Schmaladriel there. So we'll probably paint this one next after the Oathbreakers there. Or maybe we just do this one here too. I don't know. But here's, oh, there's our Treebeard. And then there's our Dol Amroth. So there's Prince Imrahil himself. Look at that. Fabulous. These have been super, super, super fun to make. And, well, guess what? There's more designs on the way. I've got 2 more printing out right now. There will be more Trench Crusade. There's going to be some of my regular paintings also turned into flats. Because, we don't have enough flats. So yeah, Grey Wolf, it's been quite the learning experience trying to figure out how to make those. There's been many twists and turns, right, Recoil? Because at first, GPT was making the STL files very easily. Then it basically went on strike. And it's pretty much stayed on strike since then. So we've had to come up with alternate methods to make those. Gonna take this, also some of this. That's way too light. This might be more like it here. Let me see what we got. Yeah, that's more like it. That is a bit more like it. So Muse's Touch, I know that you've been doing all kinds of conventions and everything else, but again, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let me do some more of these again. We have to let this all set. Right, we're gonna be working elsewhere. Where are we at here? We're up here? I think so. Yeah, up here. So glad that things have been working out so well. I mean, Blades, when we first started talking about it, right? Things, the season didn't get off to the bestest of starts, did it? I think actually, wasn't it, I think it was Yankees, Rays, then Jays. Yeah, I think the Jays were kind of hanging around, what, 3rd place or so for a good portion of the early season there, Blades? And then just, would you say it was right around the All-Star break? Oh, there. I swear I wasn't looking at what you were typing there, Blades. I swear that I wasn't looking, but yeah, right around, again, July 1st, that All-Star break time. Things just turned around. Alright, I'm just going to throw a little bit of the green there, too. Now, let's, again, we're going to leave that set. I think now I can maybe start to fool around with the eyes up here. Let me see what we can maybe do with that. And then we'll also start maybe doing some lighter stuff with the hair. Alright, thank you so much, Big Jim. Appreciate that again. Everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. And also, well, Pyro Club too. Give Leaguer Dragon the follow as also. Do all those follows. So see you later there, Big Jim. Come on. Now, I tried to reduce the eyebrows as much as possible, but again, it, this is a halfling. So they made those kind of on the large side. Let me get the underside of that cut off a little bit more. And we might just, well, let's see, let's roll with this brown right here for right now. Now we'll come back in with our white here and try this again. Like so. I think we might be able to come back with some lighter skin tones as well. I think that is set maybe just enough that we can try to play around with that. Try and get some eyes here. Now we'll mess around with those some more in a bit, but first, let's start to get some lighter skin tone, like a really light skin tones in a few places here. See what impact that is going to make. Like always, we gotta kind of work around. We can't just keep hammering away at one area. We have to kind of stop, give it a chance to set, move somewhere else. You know what, the ears could probably use some lighter stuff as well. What are we? Are we even an hour in? Oh, so we're just now 1 hour in. Let's roll with... Nope, gotta make it lighter than that. Little lighter. Let me see what this will do here. Get a little bit of the green in there too. We need some of that. Gotta get the blade on the ear over there, and now we gotta get some rosiness happening here. How's about some of this red? Some of the Windsor red. We'll let that mix with some of our skin tone there. See you later there, Grey Wolf. So Grey Wolf, I'll try and shoot you some messages there. Appreciate you being here as long as you can there, Grey Wolf. I know it's super late there. Come on, a little lighter there. Now we'll try. Nope, that's got too much of the skin. I'm going to go like this here. Yeah. Let's get some of this here. Not radiant violet on here. So everybody check out the Cathy Miniature that Muse's Touch just shared. And again, everybody please give Muse's Touch a follow. So Muse's Touch, let folks know when you might be doing your next stream there, perhaps. Yeah, fill folks in on that too. I know sometimes it's a little bit hard to know exactly, what that might be or when that might be. So yeah, finally starting to get some of our lighter skinny tones in here. I think we might just go almost like a polka dot red scarf or something like that, because that would be super subtle. That would be very subtle, like all the clothes usually were. So Muse's Touch, Eastern Time, 12:30. So 1:30 Central. Or sorry, 11:30 Central. Sorry about that. Was it November 3rd, I think, is when all the clocks get changed, I believe. So see you later there. See you later there, Grey Wolf. And again, appreciate you being here for as long as you could. Let me work this in here. Yep. Some there. Also over here we got fingers. We need to lighten up over here. Come on. Knuckles to lighten up over there. Now we need ourselves some reflected light down there. And I'm gonna, let me see about this. So I think it's November 3rd. I asked Cathy's mom that last night. I called them up because they'd been up at their cabin doing some pre-winter preparations. Let me take this and some of this and then do this. So let's see, we are 1 hour, 8 minutes, 57 seconds. And as always, this started out, especially something like this that's got hard to reach areas. We just did dark brown primer. We primed these both at the same time. That's exactly what this thing looked like 1 hour, 9 minutes ago. So yeah, I think it's could be this Saturday into Sunday. I don't know. I do not know. I'm sure the Googles would probably say. And we got some, oh, that's right, we got ourselves some monster college games coming up. There's now, some of them kind of they're tricksy. because you see a lot of ranked versus unranked, but what has that meant this season? What has that meant this season? There's been so much carnage in that top 10, just the way we like it. And of course, we're going to cover all of it on the Wapoville Sports Network right there. Look at that, the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, with Swampton still ranked number 1. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open, even during the game. So if you want to switch teams during the game, as long as you got yourself a uniform and a helmet, you can do that. And of course, we have changed the meaning of halftime adjustments to, well, the coaches just switch. They just switch teams during halftime. Man, talk about having to spend a lot of money in the NIL for buyouts on coaches. It should be interesting, Valfira, to see what this looks like in film noir here. Oh, now Valfira, we'll have to do another one after we get some of the lighter stuff in the hair, because right now I'm pretty sure that the this and the hair are just going to disappear. They're all going to look exactly the same. They're probably the same exact value. Let's do a little bit of a film noir. Yeah, sure enough, look at that, Valfira. That magenta and that green are just, well, they're the same as the base. I mean, they're all literally the same value. Well, let's bring back our color, as they say. Well, and that's already a big difference. That's probably the next thing we're going to hit here is, again, some of the magenta in the hair. Now, again, the Friday stream is probably going to be later because, well, you know, Halloween and all that. And if it's anything like the last few years, there will be hundreds and hundreds of kitties, or shall we say, a bunch of rogues begging for candy. Yes, a whole bunch of halfling rogues are going to show up, demanding candy. And it should be interesting to see, now again, Velfer, once we have this, that might actually make it now maybe stand out from the green. And of course, Velfer, I was hoping that this being earlier would make it a little bit easier for you. So again, I appreciate everybody joining here for the Cathy stream. Now, I didn't realize that Facebook was going to put ads on the Cathy video, so I do have it up on YouTube where there are no ads. I'll post that link in a sec here after we get this magenta. And I'm just dry brushing this in. It's the wettest dry brush ever. Why? Because, well, all that paint is wet. All that paint is wet, so it is all just mixing the way we like to see it. Actually, Landrast, that was, boy, Landrast, I wish you could post that in the chat. That was looking really cool. And like you said, they're going to be super excited about that, wouldn't you say? So yeah, Landrast, that was looking really cool. And it didn't take terribly long either, did it? Let me work this in here. So yeah, here in just a sec, we will post a linky there. Let me do a little, and we're gonna get that lighter. We're gonna go a little bit lighter on top of that. Here, it's really difficult to do this. There we go. Okay, so there is the YouTube link, and again, there's I double checked. There are no ads there, at least. Yeah, I was going to respond to some comments of folks, and all of a sudden it stopped and there was an ad. I'm like, what the heck is this? Am I on YouTube or something here? Needless to say, I don't really see a whole lot of Facebook videos, so I don't remember it doing that on the Dol Amroth one. No, sorry, on the Denethor one. So yeah, Velfira, I wasn't quite sure, if the animations were gonna work. Doing the 10-second ones is definitely very handy. And of course, it got a little bit mischievous because there was one where, for whatever reason, Jiro had like two right arms. No idea why. Let me do this. There we go. Okay, so here, well, that hair really stands out super quick. Yeah, it's really wild, Velfira. Kind of a, would you say, it's like an opposite world sort of thing. You're thinking there's no way that should work. It's a little bit like our film noir, right, Velfira? You kind of don't believe it till you see it. Now we are going to have to reflect a little bit of our magenta on this thing. That's one heck of a crowbar. That is one heck of a crowbar there, man. That thing could crack open a brick wall. And so yeah, Velfare, at the Menards, nobody, the first two or three people I asked about hydraulic cement had no idea what I was talking about. Then I went, all things Velfare, I was in the paint department. And I was just trying to get me a couple of more rollers, and he said, well, is there anything else you need? And I said, well, I wasn't sure if you knew where there might be hydraulic cement. And he went, oh, you mean right over here? Yeah, it was in the paint section. I think they had at least 3 different brands of it there. So needless to say, I got myself a container. We'll be getting some more of those when we're there again. It's the most amazing material, aside from alkyd oils, created by humankind. And guess what? We can still go even lighter on this pink here. We can still go lighter. We'll do that. But we don't want to be hasty hobbits. Don't be a hasty hobbit, because see what happens to hasty hobbits. They have to wear the hasty hat. So don't be a hasty hobbit. Yeah, especially since I was using it uh, actually to work on the concrete outside. It's good to actually have some, because I was using that outside of all places. All right, so we're kind of getting there. We're starting to work some things out here. Now I might even also grab me a new one of these right here. One second, kind of hard to reach them. So we're going to grab ourselves a new one of these, because remember we were saying last stream, the one that we've been using, it's going to have to be retired from frontline service. It was getting a little bit beat up, to say the least. Now, this is set down. I'm going to try to play around with, here's our yellow. There it is. And that's going to go in here. Like so. No, I'm going to thin that down some more. Not so much that it becomes a pin line wash, but and then guess what? We're going to do another. It's think of it as piling tic-tac-toe patterns on top of each other, just slightly offset. That went a little strong right there. We needed to be a little bit lighter on that. That's okay. We can come back and mess around with that. Camden, if you wanted to share your linkies again there, please go ahead. I know that was super early in the stream when you shared them last time. Come on. In you go. And again, we're still waiting for some of our... Oh, we got to get the red there on the little gemstones. I think we'll maybe alternate red and blue on these here, and same thing maybe on the gems over there. Everybody, please check out that link that Camda just shared. Everybody, please give Camda a follow. And again, the key thing is the liner brush, because it has very long bristles, which means it holds a heck of a lot of paint for something that is that small, which means we can kind of do these unbroken lines here. Valfair, is there any word? What's the Arch Manning watch looking like? Is Arch Manning going to be playing on Saturday in Austin against the Doors, or how is that going to play out? Because we got ourselves a huge weekend coming up on the college gridiron. Look at that. Look at that. There's our little plaids there. Platypus, as they say. Ooh, we need to get that up here, too. I wonder, that might be the marquee. Is that the afternoon game there, Valfair, or is that the noon game? I think it's either noon or 3. I don't think it's the night game. Come on. Carry over there. All the way over here. Refresh. There. I'm going to start doing these. Sneak that brush down in here. Okay, I think that's... let's take this brush, just use that as a blending brush there, get rid of some of that. We're not going to have the lantern lit for obvious reasons. That might be a bit of a fire hazard. You know what? I'm going to get me a little bit of the... Well, okay, that was a little more of the Pearline Crimson than I was looking for. I'm going to get some more of the red here on this scarf. Like so. So it is the early game. That's going to be, well... Here's hoping, right? That is like the game of the literally the game of the century for Vandy. Because I believe the last time they were ranked in the top 10 was in the 1940s. It's been a little while. Every team can have a bad century, right, Valfera? I mean, that's it. That's just kind of how it goes sometimes. So yeah, Velfira, I'm gonna try and make some more of the Cathy figs, and maybe not either print out just a flat base with not much stuff on it, or just make kind of a regular type base, well, like this, right, with the oxalis plants on it, like you were saying, and also more ugly dolls. That's the thing, Velfira. I want to be able to get Meshy to sculpt our ugly dolls for us. I just don't know how to do that right now. Hopefully, that is something that I can figure out. And again, if anybody knows, has some suggestions. Again, doesn't have to be a full-on, here's how you do all this detailed stuff in Meshy. It's just like, okay, if you have the paid version, here's a basic thing you can do to end up with a printable STL at the end of it. That's all we're looking for. Yeah, here, I'm gonna grab me a little bit of this. I'll throw a cent. We kind of have that sort of over here. Then we're going here. Let me get a little bit of that up in here too. So one of the things I was able to do in Eldritch Foundry, well, a couple of things, was the nose initially was gigantic. I mean, it was a monstrous nose, especially for a wee little halfling. But one of the things you can do, again, there's facial controls. Where's our busts that we did? Yeah. So these are the Aowen busts that we made. And again, that's where we made all kinds of changes to the eyes, the eyebrows, the chin, the cheeks, and everything to try and make all that look a little bit more like the subject at hand. I'm going to grab this darker red here. Maybe even more of the Perling Crimson. And that where these things intersect, that's typically where you have a different, darker, usually a darker shade. Sometimes it's lighter though. Sometimes it can be lighter. There we go. So yeah, I was thinking up here probably something like a polka dot pattern or whatever. And then maybe some kind of Argyle-ish type pattern. Oh, was it? Oh, the Cathy Goblin. Remember that blades? Yeah, with all of the Argyle and everything else. I think I might still have those references out there. Now I could have told GPT to make the pants be plaid in the little reference there. There wasn't a whole lot of time. At least it gave me the pink hair. Valefair, I was going to do that, and then I realized not so much because the character itself, Mel, didn't have spectacles. So again, this was a D&D character that she played for at least 10 years or so. Possibly 11. Yeah, so Mel didn't have glasses, so that's why I was just about to put them on there, and I said, whoop, nope, not on Mel. More that darker, oh yeah, let's do that in here too. Good to roll there. And now, let me try to work it. Where's my, okay, there is still a little bit of our magenta left there. Again, little bit of that on this crowbar here. Not that that's going to be shiny metal at all. Working. Oh, here we go. That should be interesting. So that's a kind of an oxide red mixed with our not radiant violet. We'll start putting a little bit of that over here. Now I figured Velfira will be able to make a ton of different characters. And of course Velfira, there always was the pigtails. It's just when you look at the controls, it doesn't look like pigtail. It looks like just one ponytail kind of sticking out the top of the head. It was just because I clicked on it during one of the tutorials. That's the only reason I knew why. See, I figured I was going to go almost like that sort of almost like polka dot type, right? The typical red bandana that you see. I was thinking about doing checkers, but it wouldn't really, there's just not enough of it there to translate. It would just look like a bunch of spots. Anyway, so why not just do the polka dots anyway? Because that might actually still read a little bit easier. So yeah, I guess gas will just do that as rope right there. I mean, whatever. That too. Are these arrow? Oh yeah, those are arrow crossbow bolts, not arrow, but crossbow bolts there. I'm gonna try and get a little bit of the stitching in here on this little doll, which, you know, Eldritch Foundry called it a voodoo doll. Let's do this. So again, they are working on some of those requests. Essentially, like the green stuff world texture rollers only, you wouldn't have to roll out the texture. It would just be on the base, and I mean, basically like what they got here. I mean, it can't be all that much more difficult than what they've already done. Oh, there's a little heart there. I didn't even see this, Velfira. I didn't see this. There's actually a little heart there. Now, I don't know if this can be like an independent little thing like on the base. I think so, maybe. I'm not sure. Let me try to lighten up our... Ready? No, not yet. Not yet. We gotta give that some time. Let me see if there is my Argyle reference here at all. Not that I might have. Nope. Okay, that's the Corsairs of Umber. That's a neat reference, but that's not quite what we're looking for. Not the skin. I think I might have, of all the ones that I might have closed out, it was probably the Argyle reference there. Let me see. No, that is not it. That is not it either. Okay, so we'll just, I think, have to make something up here. Unless that's it over here. Let me lighten up this red some more here if possible. 1 second. Yeah, it's a little bit too... Okay, there goes the internet there. Or at least the window. It was Chrome, not the internet. That was just Chrome that decided to go die on me. because that's always helpful when you're trying to stream. I guess I can go a little bit lighter here. A little later up there. Then we're really going to have to let that set for a while before we fool around with that again. You know what? We have not played around with this yet over here. Let me see what we can do on the crossbow. I'm going to do some super quick... oh, what was it? What was our new color? Chromium oxide violet shade. Yeah, chromium oxide green violet shade. That's a brand new color there. Yep. It's all the latest rage on the oil painting scene, the chromium oxide violet shade. Now let's try to get a little bit of the violet into that. Again, when we first started this out, did the lighter dry brush stuff. Then we did some glaze over the top of that. Now we're in some places coming back with another lighter dry brush type thing. But as always, maybe a dry brush, but all the paint that's on here is wet, which means we're going to get all kinds of totally free blending. We don't have to struggle to get it. No layers. Hashtag no layers. No layers here. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Get more of that grayish green. Like this. Maybe get this even a little lighter here again on that crossbow bolt. We need just a little something here for a visual comparison. Yeah, fine, we'll get that bolt a little lighter there. That is a kind of a lighter khaki slash tan type of a color there. And so look at that. See, look at how dark that paint is on the end of the brush. That means it is mixing. It's mixing with all this stuff here. That's what we want to see. What if we... Wow, that might be a little too much thinner right there. Let's thicken that paint back up just a smidge. And we'll do this. Maybe we'll lighten up you two a little. Fine. Maybe we'll throw a little bit of the lighter phthalo green on the shirt here. Yeah, most likely going to be a pattern on that too, but now that we've done this, we'll have to wait again. Otherwise, what are we? We are hasty hobbits. Otherwise, Don't want to be hasty, hobbits. So yeah, okay, a little bit of a lighter green, especially up there. I'm gonna try to get me a little bit of lighter blue on. Whoops, as too much lighter blue on the dolly there. There we go. That's more like it. Now, I don't know if people remember that Peladrio figure that Cathy painted that was a Mithril Miniatures figure, and she basically painted. It was Galadriel on horseback, which she painted essentially as if it were like a hobby horse or whatever. And she sculpted the Sambo stuffed animal, the Squishmallow, and then with some building blocks. Let me get the. And that's not necessarily the latest of the fur color there, but okay, fine. I'll go a little lighter here on that here. Okay, we'll be coming back to all of this. Are we even 2 hours in? No, we're not. We're not even 2 hours into this yet. As we say, it's going to happen quick, so you better not blink. Even this brush is going to be used as essentially a tiny filbert brush here. Now, I almost forgot these guys here. Let's go here. Let's get some full-on Perling Crimson on these. We'll just kind of alternate the blue and the red on these gems here. Are there some more over there? I don't see. No, it just kind of ends there. Okay. Just trying to get to the underside of that. All right. Let's get the red out of there. Let's go back over here to some of our Prussian blue. Let's get the Prussians involved. That makes, there we go. That also will set off the gold down here nicely. Let's start, speaking of which, I'm going to start working on some of that. Then we'll get over here to the backpack as well. Let me see. So, well, here's our, and so that's the actual size of it, and that is the exact same primer as what was on here. And 1 hour 43 minutes ago, it was this color. All of this was just that same dark brown color. That's how we roll, especially early on. Boy, I'm starting to kind of get in that habit of having the thinner put on our different colors, and that really is keeping those from getting all gummed up, so to speak. I mean, I knew it would do it, but it's kind of like film noir. You don't really realize it until you just kind of see it. And now I'm realizing that will definitely have to be something we get in the habit of doing, is putting that thinner out there. Just a little drop. Doesn't have to be a ton. Just take out the dropper bottle. One teensy little drop of thinner is pretty much all that it takes. So you can see the difference that's starting to make with the little coins right here. Now, Valfera, we had a little bit of an appearance by the Weeping Angel early on. I'm still, I'm still just imagining what kind of demonic animation that's going to look like, Valfera. If Landrasta, yeah, if you thought the autocorrect monster, like an inch from your face, when you wake up from a little nap or whatever, is frightening. I can only imagine what the weeping angel would be like. Again, you're just waking up, you're kind of groggy and everything, and all of a sudden that is staring back at you, like really staring at you. Might actually make the autocorrect monster seem positively harmless by comparison. So that's got a little bit of the orange flavor on it there. We will take our white, and again another round of the Indian yellow here. To try and lighten some edges on these coins here. And that's still not our lightest yellow that we can do here. We can still actually go lighter than that. Come on, get in there. Let me do this over here. Now, all the stuff we just did with the red and the Prussian blue and all that kind of stuff, we can't be messing around with that for at least another 20 minutes. No problem, because we can then mess around with this for about 20 minutes, then go back over there and just, and so on and so forth. We let stuff just have a chance to set there and says, is it going to dry? Nope, it's not going to dry. That's not really the point of it at all, really. It's just, again, to give it some time to set up, that's all. Let me do this here. So, Velfer, I'll try to get you some of the new designs. Actually, there was two for Moria. The first one that it did, I really loved the design, except unfortunately on the bottom panel, I mean, maybe you could, there was kind of ambiguous. Okay, were they goblins down there, or were they maybe some kind of version of the Fellowship? Because it really did a nice job of the angular, because I had asked it to do that super angular Celtic knotwork, that you typically see with dwarf iconography, and it did a fantastic job of that and created the nice contrast that I asked for. But again, I said, well, can we redo this, and can we make this look more like the Fellowship in the bottom panel, which it did, except it's missing one person. There's 8 instead of 9. And of course, there is no, there's no like somebody with a hat or a lit up staff or anything, so it's not quite exactly what I was looking for. But again, that's kind of how GPT rolls sometimes, right? Right, Camda? Is there another? Yep, that should probably also have this little bit of metal-ish type coat. Oh yeah, these things too. And then we'll go a little bit more. Again, that is a that's our not radiant violet. Mix a little bit of the ultra. No, sorry, a little bit of the Prussian blue there. So we got ourselves quite the grappling hook here, and she did have a grappling hook. That I remember the character having, because she used it at least 3 times or so. I remember the grappling hook being used. And that is a that is a very like kind of violet bluish gray for the lantern here. Telling you, this is going to be the clankiest Halfling Rogue ever with all this stuff hanging here. Which really wasn't a problem given the fact that there's not one but two bards doing percussion all the time. Because what's better in a little closed-up dungeon or something like that than percussion to announce your presence to everybody? Oh, hey, Armored Wolf, I found the other thing about Menards, it's not really the case with Home Depot, is it's also like a grocery store for whatever reason. And there was a really nifty, it was zero sugar Monster Energy drinks. And it was 3 different flavors. I couldn't tell you what they all are. Here's one of them. It's somewhat purple. But yeah, instead of having about 700,000 calories per serving, there was more like 10. Yet everything else was kind of the same as far as, all the vitamin B stuff. So I got to see if that's available on Amazon. Well, either that or every time we're there, I just stock up on more. Hey there, Duff. How you doing? Actually, Duff, well, we started a couple of them, and we got bored, right? That's why we need to be working on multiple things. Yeah, Duff. I was always in Home Depots, but my sister, she liked going to the Menards, so she took me there. I mean, they were selling Christmas decorations and Halloween decorations, and there was a shocking amount of food there. And again, they had hydraulic cement that I've been looking for. It was definitely cheaper than it was on Amazon. And we got another bag of just regular concrete for outside. And then a whole bunch of bins for terrain, like 6 of them. And then the next time we're there, I might get 6 more. Because reasons. So everybody please give Impending Duff a follow. So Duff, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? For sure. And Impending Duff also does the streaming. So everybody please give Impending Duff a follow. And of course, Duff, please go ahead and share stuff in the chat. Yeah, Duff, again, I'd been in a Menards once or twice years ago. This place is, wow, this place is pretty amazing. So it's kind of become the go-to joint for especially all the home repair stuff that I gotta do. No problem there, Duff. It's been a little bit busy, right? Just a little bit busy. So Duff, I don't know if you saw all the flats earlier. Now here's the newest Trench Crusade one. So we'll be painting up this one soon enough, and then again a whole slew of Lord of the Rings. This is tomorrow's subject right here, Army of the Dead. We actually have 2 different Dark Queen Schmaladriel designs: Treebeard, Prince Imrahil, Aragorn, Shire, Rivendell, Balrog, Arwen, Theoden, Minas Tirith. I've got an Edoras one. Oh, there's Gandalf, and there's an Eomer. And again, there's more designs on the way. I'm printing up 2 more now. There's like regular Eowyn as opposed to Durnhelm. Where the heck is our Durnhelm anyways? It's around here. Oh, I don't know where that went. Yeah, Duff. Now these are I'm not trying to be a Weisenheimer, but they're probably flatter than most flats. We're still trying to figure out the best way of making the STL files. Making the designs is easy. Making the height maps can be a little adventurous, but it's the making of the STL files, and I think I finally found a solution Again, that doesn't involve Meshi or Blender or Mixer or something like that, because, well, don't have any of those. Yeah, so they are bas reliefs, and here's again some of the ones that have been painted already. Right there we've done 3 of the 4 seasons. Summer is one we haven't done yet. There it is. So we'll do summer next. And it's hilarious stuff because it was one of those days where we were supposed to do the thing and we didn't end up playing that day. That was the Wednesday when I just accidentally discovered that I could make not only the reliefs but the flats, the STL files. That's how recent this stuff is, Duff. It's like it's not even a month. Now, it might have been 1 month ago today, literally a month ago today, that I first just accidentally realized it's like, wait a minute, you can make STO file, or at least I can make the flats, the initial design. And where's my here we go. I've also made flats of my paintings, so we've made a flat of this as well. Which means, well, some of my old B5 stuff, we're making flats of those. I still haven't printed that out yet, Recoil. It's really crazy, Duff, because, again, it feels like I've been doing them for months or much longer. It has not been months, that's for sure. Gee whiz, we've completely forgot about these buckles up here. Now, again, this figure done with Eldritch Foundry. The nifty thing about Eldritch is you can basically, you can make a base. Now, at the moment, you can only add 1 item to it. And here again, that's the regular size. We made this about 72 mil. It comes in 2 different forms. It comes like this, where base and, I think they call it unified. So base and figure are attached. This one, base and figure, was not attached. And I printed those separately. Hey there, Grey Wolf, how you doing? Nice to see ya. Fire away there, Grey Wolf. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead and fire away. As we are nearing hour 2. You did get all those Tyranids done, right, Duff? That you needed, like all 10 bazillion of them. I'm sure it meant some super late nights, but you got those all done. So again, do a little bit of a crossbow bolt in there. Very same there, Grey Wolf. Very same. Yeah, done with bugs for quite some time, right, Duff? No more bugs for a while. Now again, we'll get some more of our brown in there as well. I wonder, do I have any figures around here from... Actually, I don't... Actually, this might still be from the bunker era right here. This Saruman figure, that might still be from the bunker era. I don't see anything like very easily recognizable here from that era. There might be still. Now, and that, of course, right, Duff? That's of course that's how that turned out. That was very excruciating, I know. Ooh, that's what we're missing here. Let's get rid of this thing. Let's grab you again. And let's start getting some greens here on our floor. Gee whiz. Like, what is missing here? Oh, that's right. Let's get ourselves some variety down here. And yeah, all this is oil paint. Start to finish. Since this is majority alkyds, by this time tomorrow, it'll be pretty much almost dry enough to handle. As far as like super dry, yeah, you might want to give it a couple of days after that. But where's our, oh, here we go. Here's our, this is what we painted up on Monday. It's another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships. That's actually number 9. This fleet is literally growing by leaps and by bounds. Ah, that's fantastic, Grey Wolf. Yeah, Grey Wolf, well, I still have the Blood Bowl team. Yeah, remember the Mimes of Moria? Actually, we don't have the, I still actually have the figures too, but where's the, you might have seen me using these in the, when we were all playing Blood Bowl there. There they are. So there's the Mimes of Moria. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. The other sign says we love the mimes. And again, they were very fashionable. Top hats, berets, even chef's hats. Now, for whatever reason, Chef Boyardee does not have that toasty baguette in his oven mitt. But then again, they're not really the smartest creatures in Middle Earth. And then here you've got, well, he is a little bit smarter. There's Charles de Gaulle, and he has 2 stars on his hat. Of course, these 2 guys thought they were the actual stars of the team. That's Francois and Pierre. They were not into blocking and tackling and all that other pugilistic, rough kind of stuff. You can tell, though, they were master sommelier. So a fine Pinot Noir or something like that. That's what they were really into. That was their vibe. Now, 2006 is when I made these, right, Grey Wolf? So, needless to say, there was no 3D printing. There was barely any plastic gobos, right, Grey Wolf, back then? So, yeah, that was a bit of a challenge. That involved metal miniatures and snipping things apart and a whole bunch of green stuff. So, yeah, Grey Wolf. Well, let's see, and of course, well, that's I had the old Grey Knight army back then, which was no, it was an Inquisitor army. That was an Inquisitor army with, I think it was, at one point I had 5 Inquisitor retinues. Yeah, it was Inquisitor retinues and those. Oh yeah, the stormtroopers. Yeah, that's right. Impending Duff. Unfortunately, I haven't actually. I think the last computer game I played was in 2013. I did like whatever the initial ones were. Impending Duff. I remember playing it then. But yeah, the last time I can remember playing a computer game was Civ 5 back in 2013. I hear that's been a few years ago. That is, I am not kidding you. That is legit the last time I played a computer game. Now, I don't think it's changed a whole bunch, right, in Penny? It's really more just, I guess, the teams that have changed. And the game itself is relatively the same, at least when I see it pop up when I'm looking to raid somebody and somebody's got Blood Bowl up on their screen. It looks pretty much the same. So there's a new version of it coming up, and of course, Armored Wolf. That was the Tomb Kings team that you sent me that picture of, right? Well, do they call them Tomb Kings? I guess they don't call them Khemri, huh? They're calling them Tomb Kings. Because I did actually, well, I had all of the teams. I had a Khemri team, Chaos Dwarves, and well, of course there was there was a Bretonnian team many years ago, but now there I guess is a official Bretonnian team. So yeah, Grey Wolf. Oh well, I know the bunker it was sort of closed before it closed, right, Grey Wolf? But I think the last time I can remember being there was maybe 2014. And Grey Wolf, think of this, now Adepticon is up in Milwaukee, and it's probably, so 2015, it might quite literally be 10 times the size that it was in 2015, maybe bigger. Because it was, I think, around 11,000 or something like that this last year. It was not 11,000 back in 2015, was it? Yeah, and I still remember the very first year we went there, where there might have been 300 people, maybe 400 tops. So Grey Wolf, were you going to be doing classes or tournaments or anything like that when you make the return to Adepticon? Let me get this going here. It's funny, Grey Wolf still doing, the Sculpey bases, right? Like I did for the Grey Knights and stuff, still doing that to this very day. Of course, now we have an assist because we have those fabulous texture rollers. So now we can make Sculpey bases that already have a whole bunch of very nifty texture included. I'm going to try and get a little bit of different browns in some areas here now. Oh, that's right. We were going to make some, get some violet in these browns. Because leather totally has violet as part of its color. Oh, Grey Wolf, there's certainly lots of classes at Adepticon. Now, I actually will be doing, for the first time in a long time, a class myself there. And if I don't think it'll be flats, although I'm super tempted to do the flats. I think this is what we'll do again, unless this gets turned into a flat. But yeah, I think we'll probably be doing those a bust like that. I think we're going to go a little bit smaller in size than that. So yeah, Grey Wolf. I'm trying to think the last year that I had a basing class there. Actually, Grey Wolf, one of the big discoveries that I've made is that instead of buying texture paste, which is what I was using on the bases back in the day, like that really expensive Vallejo stuff, instead, tile grout and wood glue. I mean, it looks virtually the same. It's stronger, and it costs a fraction. And it also, you can mix it when you need it, which means that it's not going to dry out on you in the container like that $20 tiny little jar of Vallejo stuff, which that is not ideal. To spend that much on it and then it just dries in the container once it gets to be about 1/3 full, that is not helpful at all. So we're a little over 2 hours in, and we've made ourselves quite a bit of progress here, right, Camden? We're going to start doing some lighter things on the feetses here. Yeah, working with the oil paints like usual. Now, Grey Wolf, one thing I would have loved to have had back then was the oil paints. Because as fast as it was with the acrylic paints, painting with the oils is shockingly fast. I mean, it is orders of magnitude faster. As in, you can't compare. There is no comparison. The oils are also easier on your brushes. They are cheaper. They are also far more durable than the acrylics. When you talk about something that can take a hit, that would be oil painted figs. It's not been unable to do the commissions yet, Grey Wolf. It's still just way too chaotic here. Thank goodness for the streaming stuff. The primary thing that I do, Grey Wolf, is make tutorial videos. So that would be on the Patreon page. Well, speaking of basing, there is probably close to 200 basing videos on the Patreon page. In fact, one of my latest vids was more basing. Yeah, I was basing with casualties, a bunch of warg riders. So yeah, that is the primary method there of, well, doing mortgages and foods and all those kind of things somewhat essential to life. Somewhat. Minor details. Now I think I can maybe wander back over to the skin tones. Where's that brush that I just had? We will lighten up even further here on the face, I think, and hopefully that has set enough. Oh yeah, definitely has. Yeah, still too much paint on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Let's get rid of some of that, and let's start to lighten some things up here. We need that little bit of light here in the corners of the mouth there. We'll go lighter on the cheekbones. Also, trying to get a little bit of reflected light over here on the jaw. Ditto on that side.
So say we all.
Hey there, Rottweiler. How you doing? Everybody please give Rottweiler a follow. Thank you so much, Rottweiler. Appreciate that. So thank you very much, Rottweiler. Appreciate that. Yeah, Rottweiler, sorry I wasn't able to join. Didn't mean to kill the session there, but check it out. Eldritch Foundry, brand new, spanking Cathy Miniature here. Looky there. And Grey Wolf, if you do have anything posted somewhere, why don't you go ahead and, if you got that the Space Wolf army posted or anything like that. Actually, Grey Wolf, I just printed out a night because I'm going to be doing a vehicles workshop series on that. So everybody please give Rottweiler a follow. And of course, Rottweiler, why don't you post some stuff there in the chat? And again, congratulations on the Indianapolis trip there. So yeah, if you want to share the insto there, Grey Wolf, go ahead. And again, this is actually after the stream, I will be filming this right here. So this is going to be our next tutorial. Speaking of Space Wolves, this is going to be done in Space Wolves colors there. That's a nice little 3D print. Nice to see you, Ryan. Geez, Ryan, I was thinking like, holy smokes, because we're 2 hours into the stream, and I'm thinking, man, Ryan is up really late. But we're actually, we were on at a reasonable time, right, Ryan? Everybody please give Ryan a little look-see here when Ryan posts some fabulous oil-painted miniatures. So, Ryan, I got to send you some more of the... some more images of the new flats that I've made. Yeah, I printed out a ton more of those. And of course, Rottweiler, why don't you also post some stuff there? Or same thing, Ryan. Go ahead and post some of your oil painted stuff. That would be great for folks to be able to see. There it is. Check out that Instagram link. And again, all the really nifty oil painted stuff that Ryan has done. So Ryan, definitely have learned a bunch about with the flats there, using that image to stl.com. I don't know if you saw that new video that I put the other day. that I've even made some discoveries since then that I'm not so sure about the setting that at 24. You might want to leave it at 12 inches physical size because it seems to actually give you a little bit a little bit more bas relief action. And again, let's see. Well, here's how some of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears turned out. There's our gummy Frodo. Here's our gummy Gimli here. There he is. And we just killed one of my lights there. So boy, yeah, Camden, I never, ever, ever expected that it would quite work out like that, right? Never really did. Alright, I'm going to go much lighter with these here. I think instead of... well, let me try something here. Instead of lighter, let me go darker. Let me try this. A very dark green over the top of this. Not sure if that's going to work. That might actually work right there. Let me try another little batch right along here. So again, check out the RuneForge Gaming link right there. And again, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. More of that right along here again. Doing this darker line here. As another part of our plaid. Then we'll probably try to do some polka dots there on said scarf. Might try to do a little bit of just regular texture here on the... this is almost more like a jerkin right here than a tunic or whatever. And again, I'll try to get this this file to folks, and so that they can try to print this out and have some fun with it. Let me fill in this a little more. Okay, there. We need that upper eyelash now. Same on that side. So again, great to see you there, Ryan. And maybe we go a little bit lighter with, or bigger with the polka dots here. Gotta refresh that brush again. Wow, there's a big old chunk on the end. Let's get rid of that. There we are. So yeah, Grey Wolf, I wish there was also the 3D printing back in the day, because man, oh man, those 3D printed basing bits are a massive help. I mean, what you can do now so easily with just those 3D printed basing bits. I mean, we got tons of examples here. I mean, even something like this. I believe there's something like 8 different 3D printed basing bits on this alone. It helps essentially turn just about every figure into a little diorama. Same thing here again, all of the oxalis plants. I mean, you're not that as much as we've advanced our flower tuft creation, it's nothing like that. Yeah, it is certainly nothing like that at all. Now another little element here in our plaid. Hey there, Golroth. Nice to see ya. Yeah, those basing toppers, again, you just like you chuck it on a base, done. But it has a much nicer flavor to it, right? I mean, we have, well, here's the ultimate example here. So that's a metal dark sword figure, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different 3D printed basing bits right there. The critters, the plants, the trees, all that. It makes it very, very easy. Now, again, that is something that Eldritch Foundry is working on, is more basing stuff. The initial concepts, trying to keep it as easy as possible. You know, things like what you would essentially do with the texture rollers. So whether it's an Aztec kind of floor texture, Greek, Roman, Egyptian, whatever, that I think that's going to be their first target, because again, it's a little bit easier to do right out of the gate. It's weird. It's only just now getting to be a happy Thursday. And again, we will be painting this on our Thursday night stream here. It's a little Army of the Dead, another one of our Lord of the Rings flats. So Grey Wolf, remember how we were playing games of Lord of the Rings back in the day? Yeah, well, needless to say, now we've got not just one of every army, but in some cases multiples of every army. Legendary legions, all kinds of stuff. Essentially, I've printed out every single environment that exists in Middle-earth, and then some. Uh, Sometimes multiples of the same environment, so that we can do a little different treatment with it. Well, this is quite the mallet that Mel has got here. That is, man, that's a bit of a shillelagh right there. That'll do some damage. You know, I'm gonna try this on our glass here for our lantern, because that can't just be all dark like that. So now we've got, again, tons and tons of different armies, and, well, that Dark Queen Schmaladriel flat is for our Dark Queen Galadriel Galadrim elves. I will be painting up a chariot. I know that those aren't actually part of the army, but I think it is Diwali. Yeah, probably Diwali made that. I thought it would be fun to add that to the army, at least in the video. So, yep, that is our Dark Queen Schmaladriel army. Grey Wolf, last time I've been in any of those was last time in the bunker. So 20, maybe 2014-ish. Yeah, so wow, that's only 11 years ago, right, Grey Wolf? Just like yesterday. There's no place near me. There's some pretty nice. There's, what is that? what is that one called? Well, there's Grognard's, again, that's super far away, and of course Games Plus, which is a really, really, really fantastic store, but also way too far away. It's almost like 2 hours away or something, in any kind of traffic. Yeah, that Games Plus, that is a fantastic store. The folks the folks there are super nice, but distance is just a bit too much of an issue. How's about maybe a little bit more of this tan right here? Yeah, Grave. I mean, they somehow the store is like a TARDIS. They have everything there, and no idea where they find room for all of that stuff. But somehow they have quite literally everything that you could possibly conjure up, and then some. Yeah, they don't just have like, okay, here we have one thing or something like that. They have like all of it. And again, I don't know how they manage it. The place does not seem that big, especially not from the outside. It looks tiny from the outside. Then you go in there and it just keeps going. There's like secret rooms and then more secret rooms. It's like they have the gaming area behind the glass, but then there's another gaming area behind that gaming area. There's probably secret tunnels underneath the place or whatever. Yeah, there's probably like 10 miles of gaming tunnels underneath the store or something. That's here. Oop, nope. That's the gray. I want the lighter kind of tan, brown, whatever here for our ropes there. And we'll lighten up you some more. So we are now just seconds away from a happy Thursday, it looks like. It is really strange, Ryan, to be streaming for almost 2.5 hours. I think we're gonna need a cough drop here. 1 second. There's been lots of talking, so the voice is a bit raw. that should it was gonna take a minute or two for that to take effect. Because our usual medicine is not our usual medicine. It is we're using the energy drink so that we're not face down on the table. That doesn't make the most energetic stream ever. for me to be just seeing the back of my head. We don't get lots of painting done that way. Yeah, so this was Eldritch Foundry recoil. Didn't have a lot of time. I kind of just blasted my way through this here, but it worked out pretty darn well. No problem there, Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, I typically stream Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Now, the Thursday stream, no matter what, that always starts out, that's like the latest of all the streams that as far as start times go. But yeah, we'll be painting that Lord of the Rings flat that you saw on the next stream on Thursday. And then hopefully that Sauron figure, we'll be painting that on Halloween. That'll have more object source lighting and such. So yeah, recoil. I'll try to again. I'll try to ask people, some of the other characters that Cathy played as far as her D&D stuff. So that there was another group that she played with. I never was there, at any of their sessions, so I'll have to ask them what the character was like, and then we'll make another one for that group. This is a cuisine channel, right, Valfira? Well, happy birthday in advance there, Grey Wolf. Happy birthday in advance. Oh, and of course, happy birthday to Mum, too, in advance there. Although, well, now it's the 30th, so actually it's almost closer to the 31st there. It's closer to Halloween for you there, Recoil. There we go. So we have Elfira. We did find some new flavors of the Monster Energy drink that now again, I only tried, this is the first one I've ever tried, but I really do like the taste of it. And again, as opposed to the other ones that have 8 billion milligrams of sugar, this, well, doesn't have any. It's got all the B vitamin stuff, which is great, but not all of the sugar, which is even better. So I'll have to, again, I don't know when the next time I'll be getting to Menards there. So we'll have to see if they've got that on the Amazons. Arta Michael, boy, oh boy, I'm trying to think the last time I had one of those. It's been a while now. It's possible the last time I had one of those was around Gen Con? When the heck was the last? Yeah, that might have been the last one, I guess, was around. Last time was around Gen Con. I think those are better than the rum waffles, right, Valfira? Yeah, something tells me that's a little bit better than the rum waffles. Let me do there. Okay. A little more right there. Nope, 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 nope. We need the white in there. I need this to be super. Eventually, with these little dots, I'm probably going to have to bring in. We'll have to break out our fast matte white for those to really get those as light as we need. Did we get? Nope, we didn't get these yet. So yeah, this is definitely going to have to be done with our fast matte white, I think. Whoops. That was not where that was supposed to go, which is no problemo, because we can use that like a blending brush there. So Velfair, so 11 o'clock there for the biggest game. Well, it's like every game is going to be the biggest game of the season now. Well, especially for Vandy. It's going to be a challenging game, whether Arch Manning plays or not. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Now, again, here, where's our Linseed Fellowship channel? There we go. So this is where all of the... So if you want to see this, the start point of this, that is where you go. This is where all of our old Twitch sessions are. And again, there are no ads on that channel. That's not the point of it. Yeah, no ads on the Linseed Fellowship channel. because we used to have all those, well, conveniently located on the Twitch channel. And then Twitch said, no, you don't get to do that anymore. So we wanted to put those somewhere where people could see, again, how things were painted on stream. And that's when we created the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. I am still adding stuff to that, as often as I can. Now, this is back to this lighter. You know what? There we go. A little bit of the yellow with that to lighten this up a smidge here. That's some more like it. Well, we'll get some more, lighter stuff here on the dolly's face. Speaking of lighter stuff, as I got this lighter red here, glad I just saw this. I am going to try to start lightening up these little gemmy stones down here with our red and with our blue. Come on, there we go. Whoops, still too big of a chunk there. Let's get that broken down. There we go. That's, again, some of the Windsor red. And now some very light red on the bottom of these. Here. Now to that blue. Some of the sky blue, some of our Prussian blue. We'll certainly be getting some more detailed stuff down there. It's we're not even 3 hours in yet. Yeah, haven't even been doing this for 3 hours yet. Now, this should be a real interesting film noir, right, Valfira? Because with so many more values in place, I wonder if things are going to disappear quite as much as they did that first time around. What was it? Was it about an hour ago, or was it 2 hours ago, Valfira, when we did that first film noir? I'm just going to get this last little bit of the lighter sky blue on this down here. Also there. Now, how's about like so? We still got to add more light to the green on the jerkin there. look at the hair. The lighter value now really makes a big difference, but even still, on the outfit there, boy, look at this. I mean, yeah, that's a little bit lighter in value, but that'll probably look darker almost, I think, when the color comes back. So the green there versus the green on the jerkin, I'm guessing, yeah, see, to me that almost looks lighter. The more color gets back, this almost looks darker instead of lighter, even though we haven't really done too much with it as far as the light goes. Now I'm going to try this. Fine, we'll do those again too. Here, let's get some of this almost like a middle color there. Nice to see you there, Doji. Nice to see you. And again, for whatever reason, I don't know why. I don't remember that happening with the Denethor video. But on the Cathy video, Facebook was it seemed like they were putting ads on it or something like that. So that's why I put it up on YouTube, because it was only a 3-minute vid. So it wasn't like it was going to take a long time to load that up. But that again is the Cathy birthday video, minus any potential nasty little ads or whatever they tried to throw on there. And of course, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please share those the fabulous oil painting links there. And I guess while you're still hard at work, while you were building some more stuff, and then there was more. I almost said Eldritch Foundry. No, that would be Eldfall Chronicles. Jeez, yeah, I almost got those mixed up, Doji. And those Eldfall Chronicles figs, those are definitely really nice. They do a fantastic job on those. So yeah, everybody check out this link here that Doji's going to share some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Boy, I'm telling you, Valfira, that hydraulic cement, when I found out they had it, it was like bright lights came on and there was angels singing and choirs and stuff. Now here again, we're going to go with some texture on this. Yeah, the Doji, it's really it's so weird to be streaming at this time, to look up and see, it's been almost 3 hours and it's only a little bit after midnight. That is absolutely crazy. Let me do this here, like so. Again, trying to get me a little bit of texture on this. Valfair, I told the guy, I said, well, in the best impersonation, I'll be back to get more, so you better have this in stock the next time I'm here. Now, there's part of me, Valfair, that just wants to like coat the entire basement wall, like rip off all of the paneling and such, all the pieces of wood, and just like treat the whole thing with hydraulic cement preemptively. Like literally have an armored interior or something. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Again, some super fabulous oil painted miniatures there. Let me lighten you up a bit, and then we'll do the same thing. Here again, it's not just lighter, it also has a smidgeola of texture. Need to get some of that down here too. And not just lighter, but also some little hints of some kind of, just say tweed or whatever. Rico, given the fact that again, almost every year now, there's one of these once in a 1,000-year floods. Yeah, the once in a 1,000-year floods are now like every 2 weeks. And of course, oh yeah, that's right, Velfair. I do promise we will try to make flats of the autocorrect monster, because what better way to expose him to the light of day, right, Velfair, than to have a printed flat of him and paint it and then display it on the wall like a trophy. Yeah, Velfair, it'll almost be like, ooh, here you go, Velfair. Yeah. I'll get you the file. You print them up like gigantic on your on your FDM printer there, like really big, like that one hand that you did, or the dragon, right? And then you just put them up on your wall like a trophy, like a mounted trophy or something like that. Post them on a like get a one of those wooden plaques or something, from Michaels or Hobby Lobby or something like that, and stick them up there. Mount him like a bass or a deer head or something like that on your wall. Actually, Valfera, that sounds like a hilarious idea. I mean, at first I was just like, haha, that's funny, and then I'm thinking, well, actually, that could be really interesting looking. Like, is it like some giant mounted trophy or something? Yeah, that way you could truly claim vengeance over him, right? I was thinking of the tiger there. Actually, hey, Camda, why don't you share the tiger? Well, else you could share the cow too. But yeah, why don't you share those, Camda? Because I was just about to say, for some reason, all that kept popping into my head was the Venom. The really large version of that you printed. I kept forgetting about the that big old tiger and such. Wasn't the tiger the very first one? Yeah, I think the tiger was the first one. Trying. Okay, fine. Let me see what this does right in here. So everybody check out that Insta and then scroll down a bit, and then you'll see the really giant trophy head type things that Camda is talking about. I mean, I don't know, Valfera, that could be fun. I'm going to get me a little bit more of the lighter green there. Oh, the cow was for... Okay, sorry I got those mixed up there, Camda. Again, all I keep conjuring up in my head is the Venom figure for whatever reason, even though that is much newer. Trying to get... There we go. We got our yellow up there now. And now we're going to try and do a little bit of a design here. Let me see if we can make this here. Whoops, that's way too thick. Let's back away from that a little. Still too... that might just be more like the consistency that we need. So yeah, I'm thinking that could be a real interesting thing to do. Again, a gigantic, like wall-mounted version there of the autocorrect monster. So now we're trying to kind of do a little bit, again, of a paisley type design here. What was the dirty down? That's it. Yeah, the dirty down stuff, Cam, to do like the slime or whatever. Oh yeah, if we do the autocorrect monster, we would definitely have to use the dirty down to get the kind of that slime type of deal there off of on his teeth there. And remember, we're doing the Wolves of Isengard Army Painter series. We just started that. And one of the reasons I wanted to do that, in addition to, basing with casualties, was so that we could have another opportunity to try the dirty down for various blood effects and such. Too much paint down there. Let's get rid of a little bit of that. Try to get this start to go down into the corners here. Might also come back with some of our darker green to backfill some of our little design here. And then maybe at 3 hours 15 minutes or so I break out the fast matte white. And we'll be doing a whole bunch of our much lighter highlights. Well, speaking of later highlights, we're going to go back to the skin tone, I think, after this to get more light there. A little light in that. Okay, so I think we're set there. We got this. Grab a little bit of that skin tone there. Break this down some more. And I really can't go too much lighter than this skin tone here. Let me get that on the chin. Okay, that didn't quite go where we wanted it to, so let's reconstitute this. Push that up a little bit further. Alright, let's try this again now. There we go. Let's work that around to the other side here. Gotta get these nostrils with a little bit lighter stuff on them too. Push that down here a little more. Maybe backtrack a little bit. Hopefully that's not too much thinner on there. Actually, we might also do a little bit of this here. We got our scissors. And generally, when you first start using these, that's when it can sometimes reveal there's one little hair that's kind of out of place. So we're just going to chop those off. And we'll see how we did on that. I think that might have just done it. Yeah. Maybe a bit. Yeah, here, let's go lighter on the forehead now. And then I'll go later on the eyebrows too. maybe grab a little bit of the here, a little bit more of that. Not radiant, radiant violet. So that those aren't too dark. Maybe a little lighter here. Well, we'll roll with that for right now. Now let's get back to more of a light on the ears here. Haven't really done that just yet. More of that. Let's do it here. More there. Oh yeah, oh I like that. I like that a little bit lighter. See if we can get away with that on the other side. It's a little more difficult to get at given where the dolly is there, so I might have to try attack it from this side instead. And I think that actually kind of was that helped a little bit there. Now I might need to here one more shot of the darker brown. Yeah, okay. Now under here, that's just a little too much shadow there. That can't be quite so dark there. I wonder about reflected light on the underside of the schnoz here. Let's do that. I mean, we were doing it on our flats. Actually, it is a little bit weird to be doing fully three-dimensional stuff again after all the flats. When at least when it comes to more of a portrait type stuff. Yeah, a lot of the more portrait type stuff hasn't quite. It's been more flats. Nah, gotta make that. There we go. Now the ears, definitely lighter now. Still, oh, that's what we're gonna. That's what we'll do. We'll take their magenta here. Now that's sort of a mid, because basically we have the really light and then really dark. There we go. But that's something else I had to wait on. Because remember, the quinacridone magenta is a very intense color, but guess what? It's hyper translucent. So essentially just brushing it on there makes it a glaze. So we don't need to have a whole ton of thinners. So when it comes to the oil paint stuff, things, you gotta think of stuff a little bit differently. Glazing, dry brush, all that stuff, it does work differently in the oils than, say, it does with just regular acrylics. So see you later there, Doji. See you later. Appreciate you being here, Doji. Again, best of luck with everything. Well, we'll see you on your fabulous Friday then. Oh, actually, Doji, one of the things they had at this Menards was, well, they had the canned fruit. Guess what I'm going to be making tonight after the stream, Doji? We're talking, well, it's not going to be the red velvet cherry dump cake, but we are making some kind of a dump cake after the stream here. Yes. It's time for pastries, Doji. We are doing pastries tonight. I'll try to send you a video there, Doji, of that nice bubbly stuff that's happening, right? All the butter and the mix, all the fruit and everything bubbling out through the crust. Got to get you those videos of that, Doji. So yeah, the dump cake, which takes literally seconds to prepare. Now it does have to go in the oven. I think it's 35 minutes or 45. I can't even remember anymore. I think it's 45. It's been that long since I last made it. So see you later there, Doji. Now I'm definitely glad I'm getting this. Yeah, that true magenta in there. It was kind of that was a little bit too dark there in the shadows. Guess what? We're gonna go then lighter with our pinks one more time. That intensifies all of that nicely there. I'm gonna try and draw that up a little further. And then, yeah, we're gonna have to just go, I think, a little bit lighter, just in general. Over here. Nope, still lighter here. Let's get some of our Naples yellow. Nope, not light enough. Let's try that again. Now we're getting somewhere. And now I can go, I think, even maybe a little bit lighter. Thanks, Cam. Yeah, when I was doing this in Eldritch Foundry, I wasn't quite sure. You know, you never gonna be too sure exactly what you got because it's just there on the computer screen. It's not printed out, and it's all kind of gray, and you just have to kind of say, well, I think this is how it's gonna print out. I think it worked out pretty well. And again, I think the hair, I was really glad that they did have the pigtail options there. Let me get that. And then a little more of that over here. Ooh, that's got to be lighter too. And then maybe even two on the... oh, we never did these. Okay. Alright, we can do these. Oh, I think we might have had it right just as I was doing these. Our lighter dots here. Come on, there we go. Anything else? Oh, yeah, let's get that light over there. The pokey dots on the kerchief here and some like there and there. Those need to be a little lighter. Possibly this one here. Yeah, there we go. And I think what I might do is go refresh that meadow scene really quick. And I'm going to get some of the fast mat weight out there so that we can maybe, like this over here, I think our... Now let me try the green. Let me try this darker green first. 1 second here. Yeah, no amount of making that lighter would have done a whole lot of good there. That already makes a difference. Now, gotta thin that down a little bit more there. Now I think after doing this, making that lighter is actually going to have a difference. So don't go away. We shall return here. Just gotta, again, refresh that medicine so we don't end up face down, right? We want to not do the sleep streaming. So we shall be right back. We got our fast mat weight in hand. We're going to fast mat weight over here somewhere. And now, brush. I think that's the one I'm looking for. Yep. So let's see what we can do here with the polka dots and some of this. First, we start to break this down. Not too much. Alright, polka dots. Some of these need to be hit pretty hard, but wow, that really does make a difference. Also making them a little bit more, well, round, because they got a little dodgy there. Now, thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Now, the last Patreon video, which again, I think what I have to do is just basically manually send the messages to folks, because it's never gonna send messages the way it used to for, well, pretty much always. But that last video, that kind of dove into that STL or image to STL.com for making those flats. Again, you watch that video, you should be able to take almost any image that you have, just of anything, like your dog or whatever, and you should be able to make reasonable flats for yourself that are 3D printable. I can't imagine that that image to STL could make, well, I don't know. Have you tried, Camden, to make anything besides a flat with it? I don't think that would work. It only makes flats. That's pretty much it. Basically bas relief. I mean, maybe there's some kind of setting on there that I don't know about that would let you do such a thing. I don't believe there is. If there was, that'd be fabulous, but I just kind of doubt it. Ah, yeah, let me chuck a little more of that light around over here and some of that stitching. And then maybe even a little bit of light on this over here, and then her finger there. Yeah, cammed, and it's funny because I tried bringing some of those very same pictures into that. Oh gosh, what was it? Not tripod, but it was try something, whatever it was, and it did a hideous job. It wasn't a flat. It was like trying to make there's some kind of weird hybrid flat slash 3D thing. It was bizarre. Hilarious that the free program worked so much better. Let me keep doing that and more of the light on these. The stitching there. So it's just image to stl.com. It's a free site. You do have to kind of play around with the parameters. That's why I did a video on that. So we kind of tested a few different parameters. And all of those, all the Lord of the Rings ones that you saw, the Trench Crusade one, again, made these with the image to stl.com. Yeah, we're gonna have to definitely get a little bit more of our lighter edging on these here. Down here as well. Come on, there we go. More there, okay. So Goroth, I tried to bring it into Meshy. Actually, that Meshy did make a couple of interesting versions of it, but I don't have the paid version of Meshy, so it wouldn't go as so far as to make the STLs for me. The other thing that GPT does is that it will create scripts that you can bring into Blender. Again, I don't know how to use Blender, so that is a bit of a limitation. So that's why I've been using stuff like the image to stl.com. Also, too, we're trying to make this as easy as possible for folks that don't want to try and use something like a Blender. It would be actually you could even believe it or not, go out. You could do maybe a raw thing and the image to STL and then bring that into Blender and kind of do some cleanup stuff on it. Maybe kind of enhance some of the textures or smooth things out. Yeah, that's probably another thing you could do in Blender is smooth some stuff out. Yeah, Goroth, GPT would create scripts and it'd say, "Oh, just drop this into Blender," and I'd be like, "I have no idea how to do that." I even asked GPT how to drop that into Blender, and it didn't tell me how. I'm like, "Okay, you're telling me drop this into Blender? Well, tell me how to do it." And well, the tutorials weren't tremendous. Yeah, that Blender is That's making something that shouldn't be that complicated very complicated. Because again, the that image to SDO, it is not complicated. And I think it even does have a few rudimentary tutorials. Ooh, this is the other thing I want to do here. So we're going to take our green and our brown again. So that's the Van Dyke brown, the phthalo green, kind of making a bit of a sap green there for a wee bit of cleanup in some of these spots over here where things might have gotten a little out of whack. I would definitely wish that I had time to learn Blender because I'm sure there's a lot of nifty stuff. Well, terrain. I would love to be able to make terrain in Blender, or at least terrain pieces, maybe scattered terrain pieces, or something that just kind of supplements terrain that I've gotten from other folks. Where's my here's some of the coal black. We're gonna get some darks now, and also some of the Van Dyke brown in here. Just kind of enhance a couple of these edges. Now with the Eldritch Foundry stuff, it is not going to be, say, like Archvillain or Lost Kingdoms, the kind of hyper realistic stuff. It's going to be more stylized, a bit more, say, like either Titan Forge. What's the other stuff? Artisan Guild, even Printing Goes Ever On is a little bit on the stylized end of things. Actually, Printing Goes Ever On. I think they're going to be doing Iron Hill Dwarves, and it looks like Kurzlook is doing. Actually, Kurzlook is doing a Harad because we don't have enough Harad stuff. We only have about 3,000 points of various Harad figures, either printed out or whatever, or painted. One simply cannot have too much Harad, apparently. Speaking of terrain, I got a ton of Harad terrain printed out, and actually a lot of it's got its initial painting, too. This thing. Darker there. Where's our blending brush? Hashtag no layers. No layers. None of that. Ooh. Same thing here on the, well, crossbow bolt. This is more like a this is more like a Gastrophates here. This thing. It's the halfling version of a Gastrophates. That may do a little more dark over here. Otherwise referred to as a belly shooter, because they would actually lay down. This gets jammed into the belly, and then you pull with your feet. You push your feet, and that's what you do to set the bolt there. Set the tension on that bolt instead of just your arms. And that's why they call them belly shooters. Until eventually they made the stronger version of them, aka the catapult. Basically means skin penetrator. Let me do this. Yeah, we got that dark over there. Pretty good. Oh yeah, here on the sleeves there. couple of edges we need to reset. Might even darken you up a little there. Yeah, so Goroth, I hope everything has been going very well for you there too. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, like we were saying earlier, the whole thing with the flats is so new. And there's kind of like almost every day there's some kind of new development that crops up. And again, all kinds of different flats are being made, whether it's new designs or taking my existing 2D paintings and turning those into flats. Come on. And hopefully that won't stand out too much. I need to get some of that light down here. We'll mix that fast matte white with some of our skin tone now. Let me see what happens with that. Fast matte white with our lightest of light skin tones. Like that. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Thanks, Grand Oracle. It's weird, Grand Oracle. It's like not even 1 o'clock and we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. It's like an upside down universe there, Grand Oracle. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. And again, this is another one of those files that I'll try to get into the Dropbox thing so that folks can snag this and print this up. And hopefully have some fun painting this. I mean, it'll be sort of like the other Cathy figure, right? Getting to see what other people do with it is not just color-wise, but basing-wise and everything else. So appreciate that, Grand Oracle. And Grand Oracle, more flats. More flats have been made. There's more, I think it was 2 more that I printed out just as the stream was beginning. What's really nifty, Grand Oracle, is that it only takes maximum of 20 some odd minutes to print one out, or print out 2 of them. Well, technically 4 of them, because if I've got 2 on each build plate for both printers. So yeah, we're cranking them out there, Grand Oracle. We are cranking these babies out. And another place I wanted to have the really light stuff was also here. There we go. And of course, we had the special Cathy video up there on the Facebook stuff. I can get you a link to the YouTube version, because again, for whatever reason, Facebook was putting ads on the Facebook one. It was not supposed to do that, because, well, again, I'll look to see if there's a setting to turn off ads. I mean, not that you don't get any money from them, so my guess is you can't turn them off. Well, happy Thursday, Grand Oracle. That is usually not something we can say 3.5 hours into a stream on a Thursday. Usually that means happy Friday. Let me hit you again. Maybe that one nostril there. And let me try to take a little bit of that away. Yeah, Grand Oracle, it's today was it was a completely upside down day because I just kept working and working and working, doing that video. And then again, my sister got me, and we went off to the Menards. Now we've got our little light highlights there in the eyes. And I think by the time I got back here, it was 9 something in the morning. Yep, those are pretty light. Pretty light. You know what? I think I still need to lighten this up some more. I might try to soften that up a little bit. So Grand Oracle, we got ourselves another Trench Crusade flat. Yeah, so that should be pretty fun. It was even bigger than the other one. I did not think it was going to be that gigantic, but it's actually bigger than the other one. Of all things, I was not didn't think it was going to be that much bigger. It was like significantly bigger. And of course, well, later tonight for Flat Thursday, we'll at least paint the Army of the Dead one. Who knows? Maybe we also try to paint our Dark Queen Schmaladriel flat. I mean, they're both going to be pretty, I don't want to say limited in color. We never like to say limited palette. We just like to say maybe a condensed palette. Hopefully, Grand Oracle, over the weekend, you'll get a chance to maybe do some stuff. Ah, that's what we need to do with our latest light too. Yeah, a whole bunch of things over here. Yeah. Let's start hitting these guys. I knew there was something over here. Well, that ought to make a right bit of difference there immediately. Sure enough, does. You know what? Yep, I'm going to do a lighter edge on that now, of course, with our glass here. We certainly need a whole lot lighter edges on this. Yeah, I try to get a little bit of a bluish gray on the glass, just a little hint of it at least. And then we'll have to get our violet gemstone there. And again, 3 hours 29 minutes ago, it looked exactly like this. Well, not quite that size, but we used the exact same primer. I just mixed the reddish brown and the black together and primed them both at the same time. Yeah, you know, I'm going to do this. I'm going to hit this light here on the sleeves. Come on, a little more of that here. Might try to hit one more shot of something lighter on the piggy tails there. Oh geez, thanks Recoil. Appreciate that. So well, hopefully Squeak is doing. I'm been focusing in on Mom there. Hopefully Squeak is doing okay. I know that Squeak's got to be wondering what is amiss there. So thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. Rico, hopefully, actually, now, do you have another round of modding to do again tomorrow? Hopefully, if so, hopefully not another 8 hours worth. 8 hours continuous, right? Yeah, you must. You're going to be seeing autocorrect monster. Talk about seeing the autocorrect monster in your sleep after all of those moderations there. Yeah, let me lighten this up here a little bit more. Oh, is that another? Okay. Now we gotta get down to the coins. Let's get some stuffs on these coins down here. Some super light edges. We'll probably have to get some greenish gold. Also, we gotta get some of that orangey stuff in here. So probably Indian yellow teamed up with some of our Terra Rosa. Now on these little gemstone things over, yeah, that was too much. What you can do to get these little highlight things without having to paint them on there is you can just hit them with a little gloss something, whether that's gloss gel or a gloss varnish or something like that. What happens then is that the highlights basically track whatever lights are on in the room or pointing at the thing. That will essentially create the light, that little highlight for you. Does have the advantage of it will literally track wherever the lights are coming from the actual light source, as opposed to you painting them on there and then the lights from a different source and you go, okay, it's interesting that there's a highlight there when there's the lights coming from, say, over here, whatever. Again, Rico, I'll shoot you messages after the stream. See how things are going, and well, we'll be sending pictures of that dump cake that we're gonna make after the stream. So as always, Rico, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And again, be talking to you in just a little bit. And of course, pet Squeak for us too, and best wishes to Mom and everybody else there. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Again, continuing with our fast mat white. Try and get one little light highlight on the mouth there. One more. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Going to try and get these also lighter here. Push this away. Something up here maybe, yeah. Now, lighter red, or do we do also another polka dot? Well, first, let me do this. Let me try this first. Up there. And then we'll try to do the polka dots again, so that it will kind of mirror the scarf there, or the neckerchief or bandana. There we are. Nope, I guess that circle's gonna be a little bit bigger if it's gonna keep up with that one. And now here, what we're doing is we're letting that red mix with what we're putting on here. What that does is, by default, it's shading each of our little dots here, instead of us having to paint that shading on a little bit at a time. It's just kind of there. Very convenient, makes things a whole lot easier. Let me get some dots, or polka dots there. We'll hit this up here. Yeah, alright, we'll roll with that. We need more, yeah, we need more reflections and lights over here again on the lantern here. Come on, there we are. Let's do that side. Ooh, we got more of these to do. More of these to do. Here, where's my blending brush? Lighter up here. Ooh, yeah, the crowbar. I'm going to mix this in with the, again, that is the Mars red there, as opposed to the Terra Rosa. It's almost a bit more on the violet side. Mars Violet is another really nifty color. All the Mars colors are fabulous, whether it's Mars Yellow Deep, Mars Black, Mars Red, Mars Orange. That's going to be more like a Terra Rosa. Now, the advantage of all the Mars colors is that, well, they're made from, well, they're made by Oxide University, which means really nice opacity from those guys. You're going to have a nice matte finish from them, and it's also not going to take quite so long to dry. Again, lots of advantages to using that whole series of Mars color. Again, you got Mars Violet, you got Mars Black, Mars Orange, Mars Red, and then the Mars Yellow Deep. So Mars Yellow Deep is, as we like to say, it's kind of like yellow ochre on steroids. Yellow ochre tends to be very weak, kind of on the shiny side. Mars Yellow Deep is none of those things. Very high impact color by comparison. So So love me some Mars Yellow Deep. We've been using that in various places here on this figure already. Alright, Landress, you can't go wrong with some Mars Yellow Deep. Sometimes using it as a kind of a precursor start for say, some golds. When you mix that with, say, the Terra Rosa or Mars Orange, now you get yourself a nice super light rust color. There we go. Maybe a little something lighter on that. Oh, yeah, there's a couple little things there on that. Touch lighter on our blue. So we'll get some of our white and the Prussian blue. Let me see how this is going to work here. On the dolly, don't want that to be too light. Let me go another round. Yeah, let me just go right to the sky. Actually, you know what? That's not as light as I thought it was gonna be. Go figure. More to, yeah, let's do some of that down here. And where's my green? Where is my green here? That, if I put it here, yeah, now the crossbow bolt separates. That is just maybe a light middle tone. Now it's as much the color as anything. Now, Grant Oracle, in the early stages of this, we did some film noirs. It was really wild before these two things. They're basically the same value, like the magenta and the green. When we went into film noir, the magenta and the green, they all just were the same value of gray. It was the funniest thing ever. It was hilarious. No, that's going to gray that down too much. Now, is this a light enough red here? Ooh, yeah. Because I'm trying to kind of catch up to where we are on the little dolly here with our lighter red. Let's do that. So, again, 3 hours, 43 minutes ago. This was just our usual dark brown primer. So I just did the usual kind of lighter dry brush stuff, Grand Oracle at the start on this thing. Then we did some glazing, the pin line wash type stuff. And then started to come back with all of our mid-tones and more highlight type of things. There was no way, as you can see, right, there was no getting into some of these spots over here. So, yeah, the darker brown, it was hard just getting the primer down in there, Grand Oracle. Yeah, let's put it this way: we was doing some abuse on a one of our number 8 round craft brushes, just trying to get that primer down in there. Yeah, we aged one of our our brushes just a little bit on that task. Now to get the lightest of the pinkish color in here. So yeah, Grand Oracle, we're doing a little bit of a little argyle here, a little plaid there, a little polka dot there, because that was that was always kind of the fashion in Wampleville, right? For Cathy. Remember the Cathy Goblin Grand Oracle? It was the hack and slash Cathy Goblin, and there was the argyle. I think there was two different plaid patterns because that's not noisy whatsoever, right? Not noisy in the least, right, Grand Oracle? There we go. Come on, a little bit more. Little something there, yeah. Now for said tartan, let me get back to this dark green here again. Because we didn't have this new liner brush out and ready here when we were doing this before. There we are. Now, so Grand Oracle, I'm not sure if I did mention it when you first joined in, but now if you saw that the video with the image to stl.com, now that I've had a chance to print some of the ones that we did, I kind of backed off of that 24 inch. I went back down to the 12-inch measurement on that because what it almost seemed like is boosting it up to 24 reduce the height of the texture, right? It reduced the height of the embossing, and then when I went back to the 12, it didn't really seem to have any kind of impact as far as the size in the Chitubox slicer. It seemed to have more of an impact again on the texture itself. And actually I'm up to like 3.6 now on that initial texture level too. I'm gonna experiment with something higher than that. Thanks, Camda. So Camda, I wasn't sure if it was actually recording everything, right? Because I literally can't see it. Because if I try to go back there, it kind of creates the infinity thing, right? Where it's recording what it's recording, and then it's recording the recording of the recording, and so on and so forth. So I just basically have to kind of hope it's working. And of course, when I have Chitubox open plus the internet plus XSplit, and we're actually recording, it starts to tax things a little bit as far as resources there. So Grand Oracle, everything is so fluid. I'm glad that I didn't put the link out there yet because all of those files have been redone like twice. Yeah, since I was telling you about that, all of the files have gone through at least 2 different iterations. But I think we're getting closer to kind of the final ones there, Grand Oracle. Now again, there's nothing that stops folks from maybe taking those into, well, either their slicer or blender or mixer, and then say maybe enhancing the texture some more. Now these a little bit different. These I think are already in Dropbox, and there's different folders. Grand Oracle, so there's kind of an Eldritch Foundry folder in Dropbox, and then there's one for the flats. I figured it was better, less confusing. There might even be a third folder, Grand Oracle, where it's just Trench Crusade flats only, instead of just having it in a massive folder, because, well, The amount of flats we got, Grand Oracle, keeps growing, like by leaps and bounds. Now, where's our orange? Now, there's again, that's the. This could be Terra Rosa, Venetian Red, Mars Orange, any one of those things. We are mixing that with our fabulous Indian yellow here, or mango yellow as we like to call it. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I just didn't want people to be too confused. You know, they would look at those and they'd say, wow, these have almost no texture. What's the deal with these? And that would be like 2 iterations ago. Yeah, I think I've already printed out 3 different versions of the Aragorn one now. Because again, stuff that I learn, I say, okay, let's change that. You can see a little bit of orange there in our gold coins. Not doing this on all of them. The ones closer to the ground, well, guess what? They're going to be more greenish. Why? Because they are surrounded by gray. That's why they should be green. Because, well, all right, you are reflecting the gray around your gold coins. Wouldn't that most likely be some kind of a greenish gray color? We got that by default. We didn't even have to try. Ooh, here's something we have not done yet. They're violet. Jimmy Stone there. Let's do something with that. Big old Jimmy Stone in that, setting that handle there. Where are we at with this here? Yeah, we'll attack it this way. We'll attack you this way. And like so. Blending brush, maybe you. Maybe you. And now lighter still. Okay, more violet. That's our not radiant violet there. Violet. Or sorry, the Indian yellow. So more of an orange up there. We need to get a whole bunch of light over here. Somehow we didn't get that over there. There's our start. We shall do some more like that. Yeah. Now for our Friday stream, for Halloween, I'm thinking we'll do that Sauron figure. That's the one from Navarrete Studios. Because we need to get caught up on Saurons. I mean, we got all those Gandalfs, we got a bunch of Galadriels, we got, heck, we have multiple Imrahils. We have multiple Imrahils. We got like, well, we have a Necromancer, and I think we have one Sauron. So we're doing another Sauron figure. Need to do that now. Plus this here. Oh, Diwali, by the way, Diwali is doing a Great Beast of Golgoroth. Because of course. So that would be at least, that would, as far as I know, at least the 4th different version of the Great Beast of Golgoroth that I'm going to have. There was that free one that was put out years ago. Then, and that one looks just like the movies, that's why it's free. Then Printing Goes Ever On did one of theirs, stylized like usual. Printing Goes Ever On. Who else? Oh, Kurzlik did one, which again is somewhat more on the stylized side. And now you're doing now it's Diwali with yet another great beast of Golgoroth, which I think it's gonna have the most usable Howdah. Now, technically, I think there was a reason why the Howdah was divided up the way it was with the official one, so that you couldn't just get 10 bow shots in every direction, like it was some kind of a turret or something. So this one again, it's not quite again whatever. I don't care. I just we'll paint that one up because it'll be super fun. Now get some of this. We needed some lighter middle tone there. That is also our green. Yeah, a little bit of green getting in there. A little more light there. Let me blending brush that out a little more than we wanted. No problem, because blending brush. Not a problemo. Light on this edge too. Trying to essentially say, okay, there's no, the figure's not exerting a shadow in this part here. Maybe over here a little more, but over there not so much. Back to, well, that will just have to do in terms of lighter stuff there. Take this up here. Over the top of that eye. Bridge of the nose. So I think we're just going to have to try to stick a little bit of that on the bridge of the nose. Maybe more on the cheek there. And again, this figure made with Eldritch Foundry. Same way we made our. Oh, look at, wow. Okay, yeah, that's almost as big as Lapilia's Spellbrush. Well, I mean, actually, sure. I keep forgetting the height of the pigtails there. And then, of course, our fabulous couple of Eowyn busts that we sculpted, and we painted these up on stream also in a tutorial video like this here. So it was a fun little tutorial vid. And here again, that's the true size of it. I guess I'll have to, I think I printed out a Wapelia Spellbrush in true size. I don't know, maybe I didn't. I thought I did. Maybe I haven't. Grand Oracle, I think you heard we were kind of postulating about printing up a gigantic version of the autocorrect monster that would almost be, and put it like at a super, deep vector there for the texture, and then mount it on a plaque like a trophy head up on the wall. The vanquishing of the autocorrect monster once and for all. One of the more terrifying creatures on the stream. Let me do a little bit more of our lighter red. Okay, maybe we'll grab this here. Nope, gotta get some thinner. Thin it down. I'll get there. We are. touch a little bit of light on that there too. Yeah, that part of the hand should also be a little lighter there too. That's getting a little bit dark. Let me, I'm going to do this. I will take our Mars red and we'll mix that up with the asphaltum here. Looking for a little more separation in the toes, also here in the, well, the hair on the feet there. Have to attack it this way again. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, we better darken this down. So good to roll there. You know what, this here, okay, let's take our violet then. We lost a little bit of separation there. We also need some kind of dark there. We had just a whole bunch of light and then just immediately dark. I think that is a little better. I wonder, let me take this, okay, a touch of that Indian yellow. That turns that a, a fantastic shade of amber. Perfect for our gold to get some nice rich darks there. Now look at that. Now we just crossed over into our number 4. And lots of fabulous shit. Look at this. So that greenish color there, that's just by default. That we did not have to do anything in there except let our lighter yellow just mix into that along the way. That is all we had to do. Nothing else. Didn't have to struggle or whatever. That just all kind of worked out on its own. And that's where the oils, in a sneaky way, make things take less time. We call it basically free blending. It's blending you didn't have to do. It's certainly a whole bunch of layers you didn't have to paint, because hashtag no layers. This here's oil paints, right? Now again, we're getting a little bit of orange in there. Little bit of that. And take you and gonna try to soften that a little bit. I don't know. Let me see. I don't think we can really make that red a whole lot lighter, but I will try here. It does seem a little later. Right again here on the top of the little dolly's head. Now, what about the little scarfold over here? Let's do this. It does seem lighter. Up there. Also there. And you know what? I might even, here, let me play around with some of that back in here. Also over here. And there we are. Alright, ooh, wait. Gee whiz. I haven't really done a whole bunch with the backpack over here. This is like an urukai-sized backpack here on this little halfling. He's nice. He's nice. Okay. Now we got this some fingers down here to line up like that. You know what? Let me, when in doubt, make things darker. Let's grab this dark. Get you in here. Instead of making that lighter, I mean, it is a shadow area. We do need, we have a lot of different lights and lighter middle tones. I think we need to get some of this darker here. This too, maybe, yeah. Okay, I've got the darks in between the fingers there. Let me do that on this. Reinforce that. Oh, same here with the crossbow handle. Alright, got that now. Another, you know what, let me get the grayish green, I suppose. And bingo. Thanks, Camda. I was kind of, when it turned out that, again, obviously it's very, very simplistic, you know, that little bit of a reference right there. When it turned that out, I thought, ooh, this could be kind of interesting. And then I'm glad I did print it out larger. I mean, again, it's not like this wouldn't have been fun to do, but it was sort of fun to delve into some of our different freehands for sure. That again, that would have been a little more tricksy had this been the smaller size. Nah, I should have just let that go. We'll just bring it back to the light there. No probs, no big deal. Easy peasy. Hey there, Eardicad Games, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. Everybody please give Eardicad Games a follow. So Eard, I hope that all the projects, again, maybe not, you know, completely easy and all that kind of stuff, but hopefully you kind of made some breakthroughs there, getting caught up, at least where you want it to be. So thank you so much for the raid, and how about everybody please give Eardicad Games a follow. So appreciate you doing that, Erid. Now this is a brand new Cathy figure here. This is from made it in Eldritch Foundry. This is a Halfling Rogue that Cathy played for a long time in a campaign. Technically, that campaign is still going. Believe it or not, this weekend, or no, it was last week. So the 25th, they wanted to actually get that group back together again to try and kind of do like a grand finale and just sort of see off the characters there. Hey there, Anthos, how you doing? Well, now it's a happy Thursday. Well, speaking of happy Thursdays, we can again show this is what we'll be painting on our happy Thursday later tonight. We'll be painting this Army of the Dead flat. Again, we've just cranked out tons of these. 2 more have actually printed. There's our Dark Queen Schmaladra. Look at Treebeard there. Our Dol Amroth, Aragorn, the Shire, Rivendell, a little bit of Balrog, Arwen, Theoden, Minas Tirith. We've got 2 different versions of Eowyn. Oh, and here was our very first one that we painted. As far as the Lord of the Rings stuff go, a little regular Galadriel there. So again, thank you so much, Erdican Games. Appreciate the raid. Now, if you do have anything that you can want to share in the chat, like always, I know you've been working really hard on a bunch of different stuff. Here, let me get a little more light under the eyebrow there. And maybe some a teensy bit lighter here. Okay. That might be a little too light, so we'll back away here. Little lighter over there. And then that will just kind of let that mix a bit. And maybe reinforce a little more of our light here on the jawline. That's that no problem there, Irid. And again, thank you so much for the raid. So Anthos, I hope that you're doing super well. Again, we're having ourselves some fun with a brand new Cathy figure. Now the original one, where is it? Here we go. This is the one that Dark Sword did, and Reaper also was selling that. Then, of course, Hack and Slash Minis made the Cathy Goblin figure. And now we're, this is again one we made in Eldritch Foundry, much like our couple of Wapilius Spellbrush figures. Oh, and yeah, we had a blast on our last stream painting up the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Yes, look at that. Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. What are we still? Yeah, we still got our light skin tone here. 4 hours, 12 minutes ago, this was completely devoid of all things known as paint. There was no paint on here. There was just that same dark brown primer as what you see on the little version of this here. So this is again what it looked like a little over 4 hours ago. All painted with the oil paint start to finish. As you saw, no zenithal or anything like that. Just straight up oil paint, 100% all the way through. Try to maybe make sure we have all of our blends on the face as clear and clean as possible. Thanks, Santos. Appreciate that. And of course, on our Armada Monday stream, we added ship number 9 to our Battlestar Galactica fleet. So this is a fleet recovery / repair ship here. This coming Monday, we've got the atomic carrier all set and ready to paint. So that'll be for the next Armada Monday stream. And all those Battlestar Galactica ships, 3D printed. The files themselves are free on Thingiverse. And we'll start spreading out some of that light into the mid-tone here. Yeah, lighten up that ankle a little, perhaps. And there we go. That way too. Let me get a couple of our lighter little lighter little dots in here for our plaids. Couple in there as well. Let me get some light up here. Nope, that is too much. Not a problem. We'll just do that. That's easy enough. Easy enough. Now I wonder if I can get me some of this asphaltum. Some shadows on this pouch here. So the pouch and the quiver here, those are add-ons. The dowel and the crossbow, again, those are they're called handheld items. And then you can put something like the backpack on them as well. With the base, you can put the texture on there, and then you can have one basing item. It's not the easiest to move that basing item around. There's not a ton of controls for it. And what can happen is you end up with stuff that kind of bumps into each other, runs into conflict. You have cloaks or something like that. You can manipulate the cloak after the fact. We'll be doing probably the next episode will be a little bit more in manipulating stuff like that, like manipulating the clothes and such more. I think I've done 4 now tutorials on Eldritch Foundry stuff. Yeah, about 8.5 hours worth of tutorials. Those are on the Patreon page. And again, the files that I create, those will be available once they're all kind of set and everything. Those will be available to the patrons. That's a little advantage there of being on the Patreon page. Basically getting yourself some free STLs. Okay, nope. Let's get our Quinacridone Magenta in play here. Up here. Not quite there on the ear. Let me get rid of some of that. There we go. Light here. Yeah, that's our lighter, kind of pinkish magenta. Maybe sneak in with the gonna look like a little bit of hair texture there. And right along that line here. This should be... Nah, that's gonna be too late. Let's go back. Get some of our magenta here. That's better. More like what we wanted to see. Now the hair on... well, again, everything with the Eldritch Foundry is going to be more stylized, especially the hair, for sure. Oh, how's about we... Speaking of reflected light, we got to get some reflected magenta here on these hair things. Because we don't have, well, any. We should have some there. Nope, nope, nope. Blending brush. Blending brush. Let me get that stuff cleaned up out of here. That's a hard to reach area. Instead of trying to do a bunch of layers and all that kind of stuff, how we just plop that color on there. And then we push it around with a blending brush. That makes that whole task a lot easier. Now we got something working there. It's got a little reflected light. Now gotta do that over here. Let's turn this upside down. We need that right here. Where'd my blending brush go? How far? We'll just use you. Yeah, that was a little too rough. Let's try this guy. This will work. Yeah, that's it. Nice and easy. We have some of our green here. Got like a grayish green. A little something on the pouch here. Yeah, like that. Ooh, see, that's the sides of some of these coins. Probably. Could be later. Can you see it? Yes, you can. That blue brush again. So that, let's see, we just take some of that away. It softens that really stark line that we had going on. Add that too, and now over here, so some more reflected light. Ooh, you know what? Let me take. There we go. Yes, that's the asphaltum there. Set an edge on the trousers there. Ah, much better. And then there may be a spot of some shadow there. Now, when we first started painting that plaid, that was about 4 hours ago. So that paint has also had a chance to set much more. You know what, I'm gonna see if I can't. Well, that might end up being a little on the darker side. Let me see if I can get some nostrils in here. Right, one here. Ah, yeah. Can we do it again? Yes, indeed. Glad I did that. Actually, that makes a big old difference there. Now, for Z-lips, I need to raise that up a little bit there. Okay. And then perhaps a little bit of dark under there. Yeah, why not? Now, is that gonna... That might be a little bit too dark, so we'll go back to our... We're at just neutralize that. Oh, we kind of spread it around. We already kind of had the dark there, except that also might be a little too late. Let's try this here. Blending that as we go. Try to pull that down into our shadow a little bit more. Ah, there we are. So again, there was no paint on that brush. The whole idea there was just to try and soften some things, blend some things. Nah, that's not gonna have enough of a red. Let's try this instead here. I think that is as light as I can go with the red on the kerchief here. Is that? I guess that is some of our or some of our white sitting there. I thought that was some of the Naples yellow. To try and lighten up the knuckles there, and then here the heel. Spread this out again, and that is again like a default sort of blending brush. That's hard to get any kind of, well, it's impossible to get any layer of paint there, so we'll just do this. That's not a layer of paint, that's just mixing with what is already there. Yeah, I'm gonna get our torsos and metatarsals on up a little bit further on the feet here. More for you. Some a little lighter on the underside of that too. Yep. Okay, fine. A touch of our lighter skin tone there. And maybe, yeah, here, let me light that ankle a little bit more. Okay, we got that light going now. A bit of mid-tone here. I will take some of that, our Terra Rosa. Mix that in here. That's gotta be darker. Where's my? There it is. There's some of that Mars red. Ah, there we go. It might just be about the right color. I know you can't see a whole lot of what's going on right there. But that's another bit of cleanup we needed to do. I got my, yep, I'm gonna get this white here. We'll mix it with this green, and let me see if we can do some of that latest little texture application here on the jerkin. Now I forget which particular clothing item or setting this was in Eldritch Foundry. I'm still, again, getting used to those. this again more here. A little texture, a little lighter. Maybe a touch more there too, yeah. Also a bit more over there. What is that? Maybe try to clean up our blue a little bit here. Maybe we'll take some of the Prussian blue here and try to darken some of this up a little more. Also, yeah, it should be a little bit of a almost like a hole there. So just shade that all a bit darker. Somehow got to soften that, okay? A little more of our, again, that's just a little bit of that darker shading, and of course this is almost on the translucent side of things. I'm gonna maybe take, where's my Perline Crimson? And we got this, the heart here on the chest of our dolly. We'll make that also a darker red. We got the polka dots here. Also on our dolly, we're gonna put in some of our darker shading there. Maybe that violet. Still going to be later. You know what? We'll go with this. Our Mars Yellow Deep. Some of the not radiant violet. Now let's maybe get a little bit of this also on the floor over here. So we got a little extra different color. So that not quite the gold color though. You know what? Let me get my fast matte white out here again. For those, for the gold coin, just a really boom, hit them with a much later highlight. So that's that Gamlin fast matte white. Boy, oh boy! Not a lot of places to put it. We'll just sort of chuck that over here and off on the side. Break it down again here. Touch, yeah. Oh, this whole deal here. We're gonna really hit this again with some of our lightest lights there. Now the coins. Let's get these couple of brighter edges on these guys. Yeah, we started doing it, and then we put our that kind of orangey stuff over the top. Then did some of the like little grayish green bits, and that took away a little bit of our really light highlights. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We got a new 2 new vehicles workshop series that are going to be starting up. We've got the basically like a pre-heresy style Land Raider transport type of vehicle. Then we've got that knight There's, needless to say, going to be a lot of freehand on that big old boy there. I've got another airbrush slash terrain video that I will be filming. Okay, yeah, something like that. You know what? That top edge probably will make that later too, but not necessarily a solid thing. Have it, see, it's kind of broken up a little bit, but that does makes the surface looks like it's maybe got some little chips or dings or whatever in it. I never really did get that light on the inner edges of the crossbow here. Yeah, looks like I might have stuck my finger on this here. Yeah, that's, I was like, wait a minute, we did stuff there. All of a sudden, it looks like we did no stuffs there. It's because we took the stuffs that we did and wiped it away. Super hard to get it all back, right? It took like 2 seconds to fix all that up. Let me get a little bit of our blue into this here. A little bit of the sky color there. Yeah, alright, and yeah, we're going to say this here is a gastrophates, the way this, well, at least for a halfling. For a human, it's like a crossbow pistol, but for a halfling, yeah, it's full on gastrophates. I'll get me a little bit more of that blue up there. That was too much. Too much. Where's my... There you are. Take that away. Go back to the so you know what? We'll mix a little bit of our Terra Rosa there. Come back, yeah, stronger dark. I think. Whoops, let me reconstitute the edge of that brush. Oh, that is definitely a stronger dark. For sure, surface tension. How you doing? So great to see there, surface tension. Surface tension, yeah, that, I don't know if you saw that first video with the image to stl.com, but kind of working with that more and more and more, and that has been a very powerful tool, I'm telling you, for just a silly little free website, right? So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, and well, we'll see you. Whoops, did we already cover that up there? So we'll be painting this on the Thursday stream now that it is Thursday, and we're also going to welcome in Mike Disney. Hey there, Mikey. Look at this. Everybody please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. So as promised, you saw us talking about this. This is the brand new Cathy Halfling Rogue there. Hey, Miss Silverstorm, how you doing? Welcome in. So, again, Mike Disney, I'll try to get you the files here again. A brand new Cathy figure here. Where's our... Oh, so again, for the longest time, we were painting up the Cathy figures that Dark Sword did. Again, the Cathy Jiro fig. And here we said, you know what, let's use Eldritch Foundry to make ourselves a brand new Cathy figure. And there it is. And 4 hours, 39 minutes ago, this was just the exact same dark primer as this here. So surface tension, if you want to share stuff in chat, same thing there, Art of Disney. Now again, here's some more of our Eldritch Foundry creations. There's a Wapelia Spellbrush figure right there. Again, a little bit of freehand on there. Some fun source lighting here and there. And then, of course, this was the Eowyn bust that we did also with Eldritch Foundry. Looking at a little bit of freehand on there, too. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Now, Surface Tension, looky here at this. We have ourselves a new Trench Crusade flat. So this is the one that we did. Here's a brand new one. Again, another Trench Crusade flat. We're going to do the same thing with our metallic oil paints right there. And here's, again, this is not all of them. This is not all of them, but here's more of our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. There's our Dark Queen Galadriel flat that will go along with our other Galadriel here. And then we've got Treebeard. We've got Prince Imrahil, Aragorn, the Shire, Rivendell, the Balrog, Arwen, Theoden, Minas Tirith. We've got Gandalf. We've got Éomer. I've got two more printing up now. I got another Amoria one, and I've got the where's my here it is. Also a regular Éowyn, so not Durnhelm. Where the heck is that Durnhelm one? That's floating around here somewhere. Not sure where that one's hiding. Went off somewhere to live. Maybe that's over here. I don't know. Oh, and of course, here's the Cathy video that we did. Because, well, this is her birthday stream. There's the YouTube thing, because apparently on Facebook they were chucking some ads on there. I didn't know that until I was trying to reply to some comments there, and I'm like, what the heck is going on here? What's this ad doing on here? So that was a surprise. Thanks, Mike Disney. It's really, really nifty now that, I mean, again, I really did like the Dark Sword one, but that one's been painted a whole bunch of times. Now we can pretty much just create any kind of new thing that comes to mind. Do I want, yeah, I'm going to, here, sharpen up maybe the edge of the ear here at the top of the ear. There, a little more, a little more. How's about, yeah, that's it. We're pretty good on that side, I think. So, but again, check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. And everybody, please give Mike Disney a follow. So, Mike, hopefully your stream was super fabulous. I'm sure that it was. Everybody had lots of fun, too. I'm going to do this. I'm going to take our Windsor yellow. We're going to add this. Better thin that down, though. I might lighten that up a little more. Let me see what this will do here. So surface tension, kind of the shortest way to do that was is to say give it kind of a Mucha, Alphonse Mucha inspired appearance. So that was the Alphonse Mucha. That is the kind of Art Nouveau. That's the easiest way to get that. Now, when I was doing the Moria one, I said I want the knotwork to be much more angular. Now, here, I was requesting that there basically be kind of an icy look to this because of our Dark Queen Schmaladria army, and then this bottom panel down here asked for certain specific things with Treebeard. I wanted the knotwork to be basically branches. So if you notice, the knotwork is different here. It's all branches. And then for Dol Amroth, obviously I wanted swans in the side panels. In this panel, I wanted Imrahil, the port city of Dol Amroth, and I wanted one of the swan boats there. Now for Aragorn, I requested the crowns, white tree, Minas Tirith, and again, you could see kind of more of a regal type of knotwork around it there. And then for the Shire, now this one here, unfortunately, when I first did this, it was like a whole bunch of Rohan riders or something, and I had to say, look, I want halflings, doing their thing around the party tree, and I requested things like crops here in all of the side panels. You can see that sunflowers there and acorns and all kinds of good stuff. And then for Rivendell, I said I wanted male and female elves. I wanted to have the Hidden Valley, obviously the homely house, right? Wanted the homely house, waterfalls, Hidden Valley, that sort of thing for Rivendell there. And of course, surface tension, we were speculating that maybe for the autocorrect monster, we go like super, super heavy on the texture for him and actually print him up gigantic and print him out almost like as a trophy hanging on the wall. So yeah, there is the autocorrect monster, one of the most feared and hated creatures in all of Wapelville. So those were some of the, again, the basic parameters that I was typing in. And of course, with GPT, right, Camda, you better start up a brand new chat and say, I want a brand new flat, because you're still going to get leftover stuff, right, Camda, because it is a petulant teenager. A very petulant teenager at that. Let me do that. And then we took that again into image to stl.com and created the STL files. Again, I got two more that just printed out. Again, one for Moria. Now, again, it was really, really, really perfect, except at the bottom it's like, was it the Fellowship or the Schmellowship? So I said, okay, try to keep everything exactly the same and then actually make the Fellowship. And it was, well, the same-ish. Yeah, unfortunately, it changed a bunch of things that I liked. And I think maybe it already counted Boromir as dead because there was only 8 Fellowship members in the panel on the bottom. I think, yeah, it's either that or CTE, right, Camden? It's played a few too many football games and, well, never went into concussion protocol. Either that, it's been cross-checked too many times into the boards. So that's the kind of stuff you just kind of have to put up with the GPT there. You have to kind of stay with it, and get after it. How's about we get after some follows for Paintwater Smollier? How you doing there, Paintwater? So, well, it's a happy Thursday. Thanks, Anthos. Yeah, that was also, well, had a lot of fun making the Ugly Doll animations for that, and then creating the song. That was another combo platter of programs to be able to make that. Everybody please give Paintwater Smollier a follow. So Paintwater, here's our, well, later today we're going to paint this up. Now we might also, where's our Dark Queen Schmeladriel one? Here, we might also paint up that one. There it is. We might paint this up because it'd be very nice to have that as a complement to our other Galadriel here. So great to see you there, Paintwater. Like always, you wants to post stuff in the chat there. Please go ahead and do that. I'm going to take this, the phthalo green. Let's break this down here. So this is a brand new Cathy figure. We made this in Eldritch Foundry. The normal size, where'd you go? There you are. So that's the normal sized figure right there. And then we just made this basically 72 mil. 72 mil. It's big. It's huge. It's been very fun painting this up here. Painting the little dolly there. Now again, this we're calling this again for halflings. That's basically a gastrophates right there. That is not a crossbow, but it gets the point across. This was a D&D character that she played for many, many years. Surface tension, I think we can make it more unrealistic than that, right? I mean, that's a little bit too close to reality, wouldn't you say? I mean, that totally doesn't seem implausible at all. Actually, Camda, that almost sounds like something that has to happen. Doesn't that sound like it would be hilarious, Camda? I almost tempted you just type those in and see what the heck happens, Camda. That is one of those kind of like super ridiculous things that it's almost worth seeing just what kind of lunacy it would churn out. Now, Paintwater, did you ultimately finally get all of the halflings done? Speaking of halflings, yeah. Or Shadowfax riding Gandalf holding a hobbit as a sword, saying, "I'll ride to your ruin and your ending." I'm going to get me a little bit of that magenta reflected here on the. Yeah, we don't need a crowbar that's like shiny chrome or something. It's not a chrome bar. It's a crowbar. That's fantastic there, Paintwater. Now, Trench Crusade wise, you saw the other one we did. We've got ourselves a brand new Trench Crusade flat that we will be painting here. So that's going to be super fun. And again, everybody please give Order Mike Disney a follow. Everybody please give Paintwater Smalley a follow. And also check that link that Surface Tension shared because there's some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. But yeah, this was a halfling character named Mel that she played. Oh gosh, what the heck was it? A Ring of Delusion or something like that. There was one point where I guess they were fighting a fire giant or something, and the Ring of Delusion basically declared that she didn't want to hurt the fire giant because she was madly in love with the fire giant. So that led to well, some hilarity ensued. Also, probably some minor injuries because the fire giant tried to stomp on her, I believe. That was a while ago. Let me do this here. Nice to see you there, Irid. Everybody please give Irid and Wave a follow. And of course, Irid, why don't you post that Pinterest link in the chat? Nope, that is going to be too close to the skinny tones. Let's get more of the violet over here. Nope, not light enough. Not light enough. Let's do a little. There we are. So again, we used Eldritch Foundry to make this as close as we could to that character there. It was a little bit like Surface Tension. What is that? Oh, it's the Rudolph movie, right? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and you've got the abominable snowman, right? And you have all the little elves hanging around him or something. That's kind of probably what it was like. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arid shared. Everybody please give Arid and Wife a follow. So, Irid, hopefully your Friday and Saturday, you'll just do your usual Friday, Saturday streams, right? Pretty sure it's your regular streams. No, 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 not that, not the orange there. Let me grab some of this. We still have some of our Paul Rubens. Wait, I'm gonna just lighten up a little bit of this here. That's fabulous, Irid. So, and amongst the other things that we got when we went to the Menards was actually some cans of the that was the cherry. Well, basically, kind of like a fruit cocktail sort of thing. That we're going to be making ourselves a brand new dump cake tonight. Yes, indeed. Of some kind. I have no idea what it's going to be. It depends whatever kind of cake mix we got sitting around down there. So looking forward to some pastries after the stream. Well, actually, I won't be having them till tomorrow because by the time it's done, it'll need to cool overnight. So, yeah, we won't be having that tonight. Oh, that's right. Gotta get me some whipped creams at the store then. Yeah. It won't be the red unless I actually maybe I have a second thing of red velvet. If so, we'll use the red velvet mix. I don't think so. It might have to be something plainer or it might have to be something very different that I've never tried before. Basically, it just depends whatever's sitting around down there. Again, 4 hours 56 minutes ago, this here had no paint on it whatsoever. And yeah, it's weird to look over, see it's 2:30 in the morning and we've already been streaming for 5 hours. Gonna try to now pick out some more edges and such on our little rope over here that's hanging on the backpack. It's been a little while since we last messed around with that, so that should be pretty good to rock and to roll. Let me get rid of that. Now let's go with the smidge of this dark back in there. There too. Okay, now let's try this here again. Now we got it. Hey there, Resident Studios. Great to see it. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. And there, okay. And again, that's kind of what it would be regular size there. Here we kind of went 72 mil on that. And this was the original Cathy figure. Remember then Hack and Slash Studios made the Cathy Goblin. And now our Lord of the Rings gummy bears, those have also now dried. So there's your Frodo bear. Here's Gimli bear. Here's Gollum, or Gumlum as we call him. Again, our gummy bears. And here's Gummy Sauron. Yes, those are gummy bears. The yummiest creatures in all of Middle Earth. Also the gummiest. Trying to get a couple more of these. Actually, you know what? Maybe even refine that a little more. Ooh, that should maybe... No, I guess we already did that. Ooh, that should come across here too. A little more cleanup on this. Now let's get some of those brighter things like we done in the other spots here. Not on there. Over here, thereabouts. Count, there we are. Ooh, yeah, let's see if we can squeeze this in here to catch a little more reflection on the sword hilt there. And of course, we've got this was the video that we did earlier for Cathy's birthday there. Again, for whatever reason, the Facebook thing had ads on it, so I brought it over to YouTube as well, so people could see it there and not have to worry about an ad popping up in the middle of nowhere. So I want to still keep some of the red that's in that rope there, but now this almost has a bit of a greenish tint to it. So back to some more light stuff here. Here, let me break that down a little more. How's about some more? Ah, there we go. Might even shade that a little bit more, a little bit darker there. Maybe even put a little, what almost looks like some chipping or whatever on this crowbar here. Again, that's quite the mighty crowbar for a little halfling, but maybe it's a very strong little halfling. Little dagger there. Oh yeah, that's why I had to include the crossbow. Well, the gastrophates there, the crossbow, because this character Mel was famous for shooting crossbow bolts into the back of the head of the dwarf cleric. Because it didn't just happen once; it happened about 6 times. Yeah, to the point where I actually drew a picture of the dwarf cleric with crossbow bolts sticking out of his helmet. Because, yeah, Cathy would fire into combat and inevitably every single time hit him in the head. One time, okay, twice, maybe a bit of a trend. Third time, you start to wonder. Then, like the 12th time it happened, it was like, okay, what's going on here? But that, oh yeah, that happened over and over and over again. Let me do this because I think if you roll close enough and just miss. Now again, I think this was this edition 3 or 3.5 or whatever the heck the editions were. So it was a much older edition. But yeah, that was a character that she played for a long time. And well, apparently racked up lots of crossbow bolts into the back of the dwarf's head. Apparently it did not do very much damage, so let me get that a little cleaned up there. Now let me see if I can go a little lighter, maybe a little reflected light there. Now thank you so much, Anthos. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here. Again, we will be painting. Where's our Oathbreakers here? Yeah, that's... So at least be painting this. Maybe the Galadriel one too. But again, here's the knotwork you can see here. As I said, I wanted the ghosts, like Celtic zoomorphs of ghosts. And then there's your Army of the Dead down there in that bottom panel. Look at, we even have a skeleton horsey there. So that will be on tap for our next stream, essentially later today. have to decide if the text there, Camda, and the Oathbreakers that, well, it's been long enough now. I have to take another look-see at the original file, as far as the colors go. Yeah, we'll have that reference up on the screen like always. Yeah, I think we'll do that now. I think we can get some of those back in here as well. Come on. Alright, there we go. And out here trying to get a little more of our, little more light here. Oh, how's about, we'll take some of our Payne's gray with that white, so now it's kind of a bluish gray again. So there's just lots of neat texture here. Again, this is all Eldritch Foundry here. Oh, and by the way, they've got a deal going on right now. I forget what the lifetime, it's basically a lifetime membership. You pay once, you never ever pay again. It's something like a fraction of what it normally is, and I guess there is a code or something like that. I'd have to look up what the code is again. I keep forgetting. But there is some kind of code that you can use. I think you get more off of that. I'd have to look and see what the code is for me again. I don't remember what it is. It tends to be something like just like Wapelius tends to be the code. But yeah, that's like the big. I think that's happening right around this early portion of November. It's not going to be a very long time that'll be available, but yeah, that's the Eldritch Foundry. Basically, however many limitless generations, STL file generation and such. Access to all of the different features, which are really, 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 really powerful. Again, having made a whole bunch of different Eldritch Foundry figures so far. A couple of Wapelius Spellbrush, busts, all kinds of fun stuff. Get a little bit more of our light down here on the base, like so. Yeah, like that now. Maybe a little bit of that along the top edge here. Yeah, fine. We'll lighten up this a little more next to that, but we're more of the Payne's gray into that. That is technically a little bit lighter. That is also a mid-tone there. That's kind of a dark mid-tone. Now we're getting into more of a light middle tone. But we got some green in that one. Got more of a bluish gray in this stone over here. Just kind of altering each one a little bit here. You know what? I'm going to throw me a little bit all the way back in there. Catch a little bit more of our lighter mid-tone out here. Again, we got all kinds of different colors in those stones, different grays, not just one type of gray. Yellowish grays, more of a green, even a little bit, again, more of almost like a bluish gray in there too. leave a little bit more of that blue in there, almost to, kind of showing that the some kind of cooler light, cooler ambient light source maybe. Gotta get some of that down over here. So again, initially it was more of a dry brushy kind of stuff, and now a little bit more precision. Oh, how's about some of this same bluish gray? Maybe a little more than we wanted, so we'll take a blending brush to it, and now yeah, that mixes with what's already there. Blending brush again. Let that blue mix with the lighter stuff that's there. More of that over here. And some, oh, that might be too light. Let me see what happens with this here. Okay, it's not too light. Nah. Let's do a little more. A little more over here. Potentially a little light. Okay, gotta get some of that junk out of there. That, again, some of this stuff's been sitting out on the palette for over 5 hours now. So it, with the alkyds, especially the Paul Rubens, that they can get a little bit gummy after a while. And that's why we will sometimes just let that thinner. Put some out on the palette, a little drop or two right there on the paint. Just let it set there, and it kind of breaks that stuff down for you. Oh, here, it's lighter blue here. Let me try this. Prussian blue, some of our lighter stuff that will go over here. Oh, geez, not too light though. Not too light. So back to the blending brush here. We'll try you. There we go. So again, there's plenty of the darker blue just sitting there, available for us to do, again, some nifty on-the-spot blending. Let's soften up some of these here. We've got some other little weird edges up there, and here maybe on this. Yeah, same deal here. And then with the stitching here, we either got to get lighter on the end of that, or we take another approach. We take this stuff and we darken that. No, that's too much. Let's try this. So again, that's more of a mid-tone there. Better. Because, well, it was getting lighter than the little spots on the polka dot pattern there, and that was getting to be a little, starting to, like, is that part of the polka dot pattern? What's going on there? So I said, we better subtract a little bit there. Nah, that is getting too dark too fast. Can't using even this brush is a teensy little micro blending brush, like micro blending brush. Lightest light here that mixes with some of our yellow. Jeez, there's a big old blob on that brush. We're going to get rid of that. Don't want that big old blob on there. That, yeah, that was good. That would have been a bit of a problem there. Take some of that away too. So this is a kind of a lemon-ish yellow color here on the brighter side. I'm gonna probably wander back over here to the golds, and we might put some of this on our. Oh yeah, here, let's do that one. Where's that blue brush that we've been using as a blending brush? So you can see we just put that little dot of paint there. We shall take that dot and we shall push that around, and all of a sudden now what we basically have is kind of a light to dark now. But before, that was all just, well, one color. It was called dark middle tone. Now it's got all kinds of shading on there, and essentially no layers. Hashtag no layers. Yeah, some a little bit lighter down there. Okay. Still working with, again, that color that's sort of like a lemon yellow. It's pretty thin down. I'm looking at my. Let me see if I can take this same thing and match that up with some of our red here, for some really, 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 really light red on these gemstones. I think that one. Well, we could even go lighter on that. All right. That is definitely a little bit lighter. So kind of, again, the light passing through here. Is nice. Now what we have not really done is get some of this. Gotta thin this down more, because there's actually another one of those red gemstones on the other side. I just needed a little something over there. Didn't have to be anything tremendous, but there had to be something more than, well, nothing, because that's what was there. It was pretty much just absolutely Zippo. How's about... Oof, okay. We don't quite need that much violet. We are trying to mix up a little bit of indigo violet here. So indigo and our violet together. Come on, more of the violet there. Look at for this one kind of gemstone here set in the hilt of the sword. Probably, again, that's as dark as maybe we want that. A little dark in the fingers again. And now we're taking that violet color to shade our olive green there. It's a different form of chromium oxide green violet shade, right, Camda? It's the darker version. A little bit more on that seam there. Pull these panels a little lighter there. So see you later there, surface tension. And again, I really appreciate the image to STL, finding that, because that's been the only stable platform for creating these things so far. Surface tension. So again, thanks for finding that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a whole lot to paint flat-wise for our Flat Thursdays. Now I think now we're almost at 5.5 hours here. And we gotta start getting stuff ready for, well, guess what? Our next stream, which is just later today. And again, that's going to be that Lord of the Rings, well, at least one Lord of the Rings flat, possibly two. It kind of depends on how things play out now that I kind of have a better handle on how to approach those. I don't think we'll be doing four at one time, like we were doing with our multiscapes, but we'll try to have, we'll for sure get the Oathbreakers one going. Maybe we also do the Galadriel one too. So thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. Also a whole bunch of thanks for the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. Appreciate that. Also, thanks to Eldritch Foundry for providing really massively powerful tool so that we can create brand new Cathy miniatures like this one here. So thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. And thanks, Camda. I hope that really did, like I say, make that kind of breeze by. Appreciate that. Again, thanks for all the follows and such. We're going to kick off the raid countdown there. So I might even have this up on the YouTube channel as early as tomorrow with some insto pics of this too. It might be that early. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll catch you later today.